What you doing, buddy?
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, everybody. Start this thing off this morning. Like Sampy came in and said hi last night about 11 o'clock. Start this thing off this morning. Oh, shit. Let me turn that down. Sampy can. I don't want to hear myself. What's up, dog? Dog come in, welcome me to the Masters. He knows. I watch the Masters every year for 30 some years, more than that now. 87. And from actually I was at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, and Jack Nicklaus was 6 under or 6 off the lead on Sunday. He was 40 some years old, I think, and come back and won the tournament. It was just unheard of. Someone his age do something like that, and that's when I first started watching it. And I've watched at least one round every year since then. I
That's
may not get the whole tournament, but back then you could only get it, like on Saturday, I think. You got Saturday and Sunday rounds 3 and 4.
yep.
And then as technology advanced, like right now, heck, I could tune in right now and they got live at the Masters, when they're getting ready to start at the driving range and stuff in the morning. So you can pretty much watch. Uh, they actually have a Masters app, and you can pick different groups and watch them off of it, or you can watch Amen Corner, or or just follow whatever the TV broadcast is doing. It's pretty cool. I know
Yeah.
I'm a geek. Nobody likes golf. I don't watch golf. I watch the Masters. It's a whole different world. It's the one of a kind.
Cool.
But other than that, I'm getting my yard back. The water started receding last night, thank goodness. And the septic system's starting to drain off some because I flushed the toilet. I didn't hear no gurgling in the shower, which means it's getting better. You're gonna get comfortable, ain't you, buddy? That's all right. I'll let you hang out here a while. No worries. It's all right, buddy. Yeah, it's Friday. I think it's gonna rain some more today. Then they said it's gonna clear up tomorrow, and they're just talking about getting hot. To me, 80 is hot. It's gonna get hot. If it gets over 80, it's real hot for me.
Yeah.
I imagine it's all this moisture we got. If it does get that hot, I bet it's gonna be humid, man.
Oh, yeah.
And hopefully, we get some breeze blowing to, evaporate some of that wind, or whatever, evaporate some of the water up. And let's see, then we got hunting and stuff with J&J always in here. Good morning. It's great to see you this morning. I'm glad to see you pop in every morning that I'm live. It's nice to have that. I got Max in my lap today. He decided he was getting up here and hanging out, and he wasn't taking no for an answer, so he's hanging out right
Yeah.
now until I
Oh, they
decide to
pretty
move
good.
and go down. Go ahead, Rustic. I'm sorry.
I was just hollering at JJ. Double J.
Yeah, it's early.
Yeah, we
Little guy woke me up at 3:40, something like that. 3:40 something.
I'd go out with possum in the evening time and fish, but this time of year, when the temperature starts that warm, that it gets cool at evening, a lot of moisture in the air,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't want to take a chance to catch pneumonia. Just,
No, well, for me, it makes my knees, my one knee and both my shoulders hurt. Even though I had my shoulders done, you know what I mean? They still hurt when it gets cold and damp.
yeah.
And my knee, it hurts anyway all the time, but it's worse when it's cold and damp out.
Yeah, I've been out fishing before this time of year, and man, that dew come down, you just soaked.
Mm-hmm.
Everything you
And
got on the ground is wet.
good
Uh,
morning, Jody. How are you
Morning,
today?
Jody.
And that's a slow process, that dew starting to come down, and before you know it, you're wet. It kind of creeps up on you.
Yeah,
What you think, huh?
it's,
He's a good guy today. Yeah, he's a good kitty cat. Good boy. What are you doing, Jody? You getting ready to go to work? Or are you off today? Gonna go fishing. That's right. You don't work. You work 4 10s or something like that. Yeah, yeah. I had that schedule one time. I loved it. Because if you did decide to work Friday, it was overtime, which I would do in the wintertime. And in summertime, I would never work on that Friday.
I wanted to go fishing. Well,
Yeah.
Jody, if you get out tonight on your Flathead Challenge, please be careful out there because them winds are supposed to be gusting up to
Oh, are
40.
they?
Oh, yeah.
I know watching the Masters yesterday, they had a bunch of wind like that. It was gnarly wind, man. What's up, Zed? How are you, buddy?
One's it.
But I got up this morning and run down to the gas station.
Geez, I'm here in less than 30
You better
seconds.
quit,
I'm already
Becca.
here getting wet.
Oh, mercy. Good morning, Becca. It's good to see you, honey. Max says hi too. Max be chilling today. It's the only place the dog don't bother him is if he's up here. And I keep telling him that little dog all he's got to do is knock the crap out of him a couple of times. He'll quit chasing him, but Max won't do it. He just takes it. I know you're a good boy. And we was talking a little bit ago. I got my yard back, most of it. Hey, good morning, Mark. And
Morning, Mark.
it went down a lot yesterday evening. And I haven't seen it yet because it's dark. But at least I think my septic's working fine now. I don't know.
We'll fall asleep listening.
No worries, brother. Not a problem. That's why I do that at nighttime. Like if whoever's on late at night after 9 o'clock or whatever, I usually kick it on, set the timer on the TV, and I fall asleep.
Yeah.
My work is done here. My work is done. I got you to laugh on Friday morning. Oh goodness, I got a lot of crap I got to get done. I ain't been.
Oh, NJ, I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. He had to put his dog down last night.
Oh man, NJ brother, I'm so sorry, brother.
Yeah, that is a hard thing to do, man.
Man, dude, I'm with you. When I had to do it with little guy or with Bonzer, I sat out in the parking lot for a half hour crying, trying to get to where I could even drive. Yeah, that's a
Like,
tough one, brother. I'm sorry about to hear that.
yep, Hog Lady Melissa's dog died, and
Yeah,
they had that dog for like what, 16 years?
yeah, yeah. And people who aren't dog people will never get it, never understand it, but they are a part of the family, bar none. Yeah, NJ brother, that's horrible, man. I feel for you. I honestly do.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been messing with that dog for the last year and a half. I know it's been sick.
Yeah.
Then it get better, then get sick, get better, then it finally started getting worse.
Hope I
Yeah,
don't fall asleep
get
today.
down. It wasn't no fun, man.
Exactly, Mark. And Mom said, well, after Chili's gone, I don't want you to get no more dogs. And I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I won't be without a dog. I'll always have a dog.
I miss
It's
my
hard.
chihuahua.
It's hard, but the companionship and love that they give you is worth it. I understand, NJ. Believe me, I understand 100%. It the hardest thing, especially when you take them in to the place, you know.
Yeah,
We actually have where my son lives, the county where he lives at is kind of a rich county, but they actually, the vet there will come to your house and do it. And, you know what I mean? To make it easier on everyone.
Did you just scratch my head? Thank you. I had an itch there anyway. Yeah, I didn't use my head and shoulders. It was a little itchy up there.
yeah.
I would do that some more, a little bit more to the left,
No kidding, Mark, when you was
right there.
24.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Hey there, Mr. Dog.
Good morning, Becca. Becca, how are you today?
And I'm so
Tim.
sorry, Mr. Mark. I know how hard that is. Matter of fact, that's why I'm up right now, because my oldest one, she had a it's probably been about 3 weeks now, somewhere around there, that she had a stroke, and the seizures that she had. And of course, there's nothing I'm going to be able to do on it. But as long as they're not frequent, it should be okay for a little while. Well, anyway, she just had another seizure. She just had another little mini stroke. So
that's what happened to my little dog, Bonzer. He started having seizures, and finally he had 2 in one day, and the last one was real bad. And I'm like, that's it. And I called the vet. It was close to closing time, and I called him. I said, man, is there any way I can come over there? And they waited on me to get there because I couldn't let him go through another one. The last one, I bet it lasted 8 or 9 minutes of having a seizure and yelping, and I couldn't pass. Like, oh my God, no.
Yeah, it depends on the severity, and but with her age, she is she's like 16 or something like that.
Yeah.
And she still bounces around like a puppy, but even your body just gives out a cake. I mean, it can't go. So, but anyway, this is there's not much. And to be honest, when my folks passed, I took on all their dogs, which I've always loved all their dogs because I'm the one who took care of them. As far as I took them to the vet, and I've known them all since they were puppies. And so I took them all on after my folks died. Well, I've lost all of the, besides I had 2. I lost one of mine, but I still had, some of my daddy's. And I've lost all 6 of his now, except for this last one. And this is the one that he cherished. The only time I ever really saw him cry was when she got out of the fence. And anyway, this is the last one. So when I'm looking at it now, it's not just my loved one right here, because y'all know how attached I get to dogs, but it's also the last living thing that I have remaining of my folks, and so it makes it, I don't know, it's just so.
Okay, buddy. Yeah. No.
All right, Mark, get you some more sleep, buddy. Wake up later on fresh and rejuvenated.
All right, Mark. Good to see you, man.
Have a blessed sleep, Mr. Mark, and a sweet dream while you're at it.
What are you doing, huh? What you want? You know you got to get down, don't you? There you go. Go on. It's time to go. Yep. I love you too. It's time for you to go find somewhere else to be. Oh.
Hey there, Mr. Join.
Fangle electric head scratches.
Doubles as a face massager. No.
I do have a back scratcher like that I keep right here. You know how sometimes you just can't get to that one spot,
Yep.
And so and my little nieces, when they were over here last, that was a while back. And well, they took mine. They wanted to borrow it, and they took it. And I don't know, it's somewhere in this house, but I have yet to find it. I don't know if they dropped it in a box or what. So I had to order me another one. And they ain't like the original one, because the original one was really old. Of course, they never make anything the same way.
Yep, I use the door jam right now because I don't have a back scratcher.
Yeah, the fingers ain't the same on the ones they make nowadays like they did, back in the day.
Yep, and I don't understand it neither. I'm like you. I had one that I liked a lot, and after I lost it, I've tried to replace it 4 or 5 times, and they're never the same.
I know. The fingers were just right on the others, and now they want to make them all curved, and it's like they want to make them, I don't know, like real fingers, I guess, but I wanted the old, just metal ones,
J-Dog, dedicate this summer's fishing to your puppy, man. There you go.
Yeah, and Jake, you have to do a lot more fishing.
I think Dad's starting to regress. Yesterday, he slept a lot of the day. I can't figure out why. I mean, I don't know, you know how he's 87, so I guess you're gonna have those days where you sleep all day and stuff.
Hey, Mr. Join, hunting and stuff. Mr. Join, did you hear that Nessa passed away? I just found out. Last night or overnight, and she was from a different community. And Nessa, she went by Nessa. She was over in the UK.
NJ,
Really?
you're fine, brother, man. That's what this is family's about, dude, for support. So yeah, you don't apologize, man. You're all right. You know that. Don't even worry about it, dude.
Right. Morning, John.
Hey, John, good video last night, man. I enjoyed it. Great music.
She went by Nessa, but her name was Vanessa, but she went by Nessa. They showed her funeral procession. She was in a horse-drawn carriage.
Oh, really?
At a horse-drawn enclosed carriage, and that's okay. Yeah, he knows who I'm talking about. He'd be the only one that would know here who I was talking about. Anyway, just found that out last night. And I thought she was doing a lot better. She passed away of a heart attack.
No kidding. Well, I ain't gonna have no funerals or nothing like that. Just send me into the stove and burn me up, and then people I know what to do with the ashes. Mom and Dad actually have it set up where they'll go to the IU medical school to be used in education for doctors, you know. And so when they die, they come and get them. And then after they're done doing their medical training stuff or whatever, they cremate them and send them back to you. Doesn't cost you a dime.
Yeah.
Mr. Mark, to be honest with you, you wouldn't know her. Mr. John would be the only one that would know her from here. She wasn't anywhere in any of the like hunting or fishing or any of that kind of community. So
they weren't they, dog? Yeah, there was a good day of fishing they had right there for sure.
He said
the wife caught most of the donkeys. John just kind of hung around there catching the little ones. I noticed. Just an observation, of course.
And she was young too. She was only in her I think they said she was in her mid to late 30s.
No kidding. And had a heart attack.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So it does. I mean, it does go to show it doesn't matter about your age.
Hey, NJ, that paw print, I got one from Bonzer, and my cousin's wife actually had the tattoo of the paw print put on her arm with the dog's name on it. I'm going to do that actually with Bonzers. I thought it was a cool idea.
I got the little paw print on mine.
Wasn't that one bass 7 pounds?
Yeah, she caught the one with 7 pounds or something.
The last one that I had done, Mr. NJ, they also gave me a clipping of her fur as well. They might do that same thing with you.
Yep, Bonzer's in there in the living room, and then Memorial Day weekend we got to go down to Kentucky and take Grandma. Me and Mom, Dad can't go, and take Grandma to. They have a family reunion on Memorial Day weekend down at the my family owns land in Kentucky, and we have our own graveyard, and we'll go put Grandma next to Grandpa, and we'll go down Memorial Day.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mark. That was way young. Her daughter and her husband was in front of the carriage walking, and her daughter's like 10 or 11, maybe, something like that.
Yeah. Morning,
Yeah.
Nate.
I'm with you, NJ. I would have spaced it. I had this dog, and I should get a picture of her sometime. This dog was also she was female. She weighed 110 pounds. She was part lab and part rot, and she was huge and just a bad guard dog. I mean, you couldn't come up in the yard; she'd eat you up. And she got cancer along her tongue. And when it first happened, they operated and took some of it out. Well, when they did, her tongue hung out just a little bit on the side, but it wasn't nothing bad. It didn't affect her ability to eat or anything. And then about a year later, it came back, and we go to the vet. I'm thinking, they'll just do another surgery, and could this when it come back this time, she couldn't eat, because it interfered with her eating and being able to swallow.
Yeah.
And the vet, he said, there's nothing we can really do now. I was like, what? I was so shocked, and we had to put her down because she couldn't eat or anything. And I freaked out. And the vet like, are you kidding me? Like, no way, man. You can't do something. And he said, we can't. I'm sorry. He said, there's nothing, if there's nothing we could do if we operated on her tongue again, it would just make it worse. She would never be able to eat again was basically what he said. Oh, it killed me because it was so out of the blue, And she was a hoss. She was an awesome dog.
Hey there, Mr. Nate.
Dave in the crib. What up, dude?
How you doing, Mr. Nate? How you doing, Mr. Lee? How you doing, any fan? Sorry, I wanted to catch them because they came in.
Yeah. Look out the Lou up in here today, sneaking in. I didn't even see you, buddy.
He's up early. His foot must have been itching.
Yeah, I'm thinking he probably had a rough night sleeping then.
And Mr. Mark, they might do it because mine didn't tell me they were going to do it either. Different companies that do those cremations, different companies do different things. The ones that I had had done, they didn't do it. And then the last, I think 3 that I had done, all of a sudden they had it enclosed in the little box. So anyway, so they may.
Yeah, I should look and because I got all that stuff that came with Bonzers after they cremated. Anyway, there may be an envelope in there with hair in it. I don't know.
What I walk into, what are we talking about?
Oh, NJ lost his dog last night.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
That is true, Mr. Mark. Yeah, you can be doing completely great here one day, gone the next.
Heck yeah.
Who you?
Yesterday was John's birthday. Y'all see that production he put out?
Yeah, it was good, but it was a good video last night. Great tunes, man.
Yep.
Some of that real country music. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The kind they made up until about 1980 or so, 80, early 90, and then stuff went to hell. All the old school guys started dying off.
Mr. Anyfin's been doing a lot of live streams.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Yep, I know what you're talking about. And I always forget names. I usually have to look at the avatar, and then I know who you're talking about, which is kind of weird, isn't it?
And shorts as well. I see them. I see a lot of shorts. I might not comment on every single one. I try to.
I guess they say that's the way to get views is to do shorts now.
You have a better chance of getting more views just because you're hitting a bigger target area is what it is. So, but it might not be. It might not be.
You got my number, brother. If you need anything, holler at me. All right, I'll be around all day.
It might not be the people that are like into what you're doing, okay? But you get a bigger audience.
Yeah, the attention span of the average American is like a gnat these days.
I got a good attention span.
Well, I mean, the average person isn't going to sit. I watched a thing on it actually on YouTube, a documentary thing. The average person is not going to sit and watch a 30-minute video these days for some reason. I love long form video.
I've upgraded from a gnat to a fly.
Yeah. See, I don't know how to put the music in or none of that stuff yet.
Me neither, dude. I got
See, that's
3,000
me too.
subscribers, and I don't know. I don't have that type of production going. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
I
wish
don't
That's
I
have to
me
did.
do any
too.
of that stuff.
Anything. I think they're a blast to make. I love making the ones that I do. And I love making the funny ones. I love making the motivational ones. I mean, I just love them all. And I really love the ones that make people laugh. So
I know, me too. I mean, if I lived next to John, I'd have John do me, have him film me doing some like wrestling promos for my channel, you know, stuff like that, and it'd be hilarious.
The one wrestling one that John has is hilariously awesome. If you haven't seen it, go find it. I don't even know what the name of it is, but you'll know by the, what do they call it? The picture that you put up.
Yeah. Oh, dude, especially the fishing call-outs. If you call someone out, cut like a promo to it. Oh, that'd be epic.
Yeah, John, I was gonna say, I didn't want to be rude, but I was gonna say, would you please quit singing over top of the damn music? But
was that a short or a video?
It's a video.
Okay, maybe that's why I missed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget how long. What was it about? I don't even remember now how long it was.
15, 20 minutes, something like that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But the music definitely made that one. Anytime you end anything with Hank, you're doing good in my book.
On the actual Rose.
Yeah.
I did Roxette the other day. I mean, how long's it been since you've heard Roxette?
Roxette. Oh my gosh. It must have been love, but it's all over now. Yeah.
I did Roxette. I did what was the other one? Was that the one that you've got the look? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
No.
That's right.
Yeah, that is. That's the one that you got the look.
Oh, okay.
Then,
yeah. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know. I've done so many of them. I did Julia Roberts and Best Pro a couple days ago.
Yeah, I just watched your food one this morning.
Yeah,
Oh,
dog.
really?
No doubt. You could actually just even turn the monitor off and have the music playing on that one because it was a good soundtrack for sure.
Which one did you say? The biscuits one, Mr. Rustic?
No, the one that was I think it was on
You don't have to turn
Facebook.
on the red light.
Oh, okay.
That girl on it.
You're talking about the woman who sits there and goes, these are the best moments or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love that one. They really are the best moments.
Yeah. The 80s, man, I'm sorry. The 80s were the best. And I've been alive 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, and the 80s were the best, bar none.
Hands down.
Yeah, the 80s rocked. You could have fun. Things were free. There wasn't no political correctness. Yeah, the 80s were a good time. The 70s were okay, but
good movies.
Yeah. I was just thinking the other day, they don't make movies anymore like
no. It's all a bunch
the
of
Brat Pack movies, from the Breakfast Club all the way through St. Elmo's Fire and everything like that. Yeah, they don't make just movies. It's all special effects and crap.
Well, it's just they just redo old movies all they're
doing.
They
don't got an original brain in their head in Hollywood no more.
Mm-mm.
You aren't no artist.
I did one that was If We Died Tonight, and a lot of people, I don't really think that they know that song is actually sung by an Irish guy. His name is Dermot Kennedy, and that one really does make you think. So,
hey, John, I seen an interview with Joe Walsh one time, and they were talking about the last tour the Eagles done before they all went and started doing solo stuff or whatever. And he said, I literally have no memories of that entire tour. He said, I don't know if you ever listened to an interview with Joe Walsh. He's the best, man. The guy's just like, I don't remember anything that happened. I know they said we went here, but I don't remember it. I know we got all effed up. And find any interview you can with Joe Walsh, and it's entertaining. But he said they had done an entire world tour, and he has no memory of any of it.
Yeah, you gotta be really lit for that. I've been
Dude,
really lit
this
on
guy
some
was
stuff,
like
but I
fire. I mean,
remember.
they're doing drugs we never heard of.
Yeah, you'd have to be because I remember everything. I've
Yeah.
never blacked out ever in my life. I remember every stupid thing I did when I was messed up. You know what I
Well,
mean?
you'll
Like,
understand it after you watch an interview with Joe Walsh and you see him and watch it. You'll understand because he's 3 steps this side of Ozzy Osbourne right now. When he gets, if he stays much longer, he'll be like Ozzy.
Ozzy, the Rolling Stones are all still alive. Like Willie Nelson, like all these dudes that went hard.
Yeah.
Waylon lived a long time. You
Yeah.
know, it's like makes you wonder.
And I don't know because I ain't never done a drug in my life except for alcohol, So,
but you can't make her think I like
Oh,
that.
I got that all on my system in my 20. I didn't do no crack or meth. I did the fun ones, man.
Yeah, Joe Walsh.
yeah, it's my favorite Joe Walsh song right there that Mr. John just put in there.
You think about the Eagles, man. That band had a lot of talent on it. Yeah, Joe Walsh, Don Henley, Glenn Fry. I forget the other guy's name. It's kind of a long name.
Eric
I like
Clapton.
Mo Bandy and Joe Stanley too. A lot of people don't really talk about them anymore either.
Yeah. Only the good die young.
Tracy Lawrence did that too.
Hey Lou, I think he was headed in the house, and I think he logged off. I'm not positive about that, but I think that's what he said he was doing, brother.
Rustic?
Yeah.
No, Rustic said he was going to the bathroom.
No, he said I'm believing college or NJ or something.
I know, I'm being stupid, Buggy.
Okay, never mind. You can throw jokes right over the top of my head at 5 o'clock in the morning. Believe me, it's easy.
That's a trip. Y'all are waking up when I'm going to bed.
Yeah, isn't it?
Rustic,
well, technically, I ain't been to bed yet either. So
I've been up long enough to go down to the gas station and get a Red Bull.
I don't know how you afford them Red Bulls, man. Those are
No,
expensive.
dude, I woke up and I didn't have any, and I'm so glad. Little guy woke me up at 3:40 now, because I ended up getting up about 5 to 4, and I walked in and opened the refrigerator door and was like, "Oh, you got to be freaking kidding me! Not today."
I just watched a video this morning. It's by there's a man out there that does food reviews. He's called The Endorsement, and he did one that he dropped, I guess this last night or early this morning or something. But anyway, he was talking. It's a quick one, okay? Just because he was telling people that Burger King, he stopped there. I guess, or maybe there's something new out there that he's going to be doing. But he got a medium soft drink, okay? And it was $2.82 for a medium. And that's what he was saying. He's like, people just go ahead and go to Dollar General or whatever, or the convenience store, because you can get a 2 liter for less than that medium.
I just put my cat down, man.
Hey there, Mr. JG. How you doing
here this morning? What's up, buddy?
We're doing $20 Big Macs out here in California now that the minimum wage has gone up to $20.
Oh, I know.
Big Macs are $20.
No way.
Yes, look it up.
Who would pay $20 for a Big Mac?
Not me.
Are you really?
You could go make your home burger for a fraction of that.
But they have to, because they made the minimum wage $20 an hour.
Hey, JG, good morning, buddy. So, John, are you guys having like a little fishing tournament thing against each other for fun? Or I told him the video he made put out last night. I told his wife, I said, you need, instead of numbers, yesterday they should have went weight, because she would have killed him on weight. Wouldn't even have been close. Oh, that's cool. Are you going to go live on that, John, or just make video of it? That'd be a good live right there.
Don't be dancing on that stripper pole again, John. You got in that garage. I don't want to see that again.
Every house had a stripper pole in the 90s.
How many of them fell off that weren't properly installed? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of the
remember those videos that were out? You guys ever see those? The bloopers of all the stripper pole fails?
Yep.
Oh my goodness, they're
I've
hilarious.
been watching a lot of stuff on Diddy, man, and them guys were gnarly back in the 90s, dude. I mean,
I did a short of a
Ruthless
piggy dancing on a
evil.
stripper pole.
Yeah.
Like this for Valentine's Day.
Yeah, I'm with you, JG Hill. I forget.
There's JG Hill. Shoot, I haven't
What
seen
was
him in
it?
a month.
I went and got it. What was it? I got 2 fish sandwiches and 2 Big Macs. It was over $16.
I stopped yesterday on the way back from Manila. Me and my grandson, he wanted McDonald's. We stopped there and we didn't even get the high dollar stuff. It was still over $21. I'm like, geez, man.
Yeah, remember I was buying the little
I don't know
what
who
were they
that
called?
is.
Double
Is that
double
Bobcat?
cheese, not the double cheeseburgers.
Bobcat, what's up, man? I couldn't
What,
see who it
Bobcat?
was. You going fishing?
We going somewhere.
We're going
Uh-oh.
somewhere, but you ain't telling me. Hell, you ain't know where you can fish right now. Every river in the country's 50 feet above the flood level.
Mr. John. That's funny. But anyway, I was getting the McDoubles. I think they're the cheapest ones. I was getting the McDoubles for the doggies because I'm trying to keep calories on them, because they are old. And so I was getting the McDoubles and the chicken nuggets. And the oldest one finally got to where she didn't really want to eat the chicken nuggets anymore because of the breading on them. So, and the bread from the McDoubles, it's like it sticks to the roof of her mouth now.
Yeah.
So I really don't get those. So now I go to Dollar General because they have I think it's a 16-pack hamburger patties for like $11.50, and she eats those just fine. So,
Don't give
which
a
is
dog
a lot
bread.
cheaper.
Say what, Bob?
I said, don't give a dog bread, please. Awful for him.
It'd be cheaper just to buy some hamburger at the store and fry it up and mix it in with a little food. That's what my friend used to do with his German Shepherd.
I can't. That's the problem. They can't eat it because a lot of their teeth are missing. So they can't pick up regular dog food. I have to buy a specific one. Trust me, I've done everything in the book. But they do well with these hamburger patties. And as I said, they're only $11.50 for the whole case.
Hey,
so that's a lot cheaper than what I was even buying them from Sam's Club.
Look up Farmer's Dog, okay?
Yeah, I've heard about them.
Bar none, if you want to feed your dog the best food you can get.
No, it's not the case of being the best.
Shut up for a minute and let me finish. You ain't got no idea what I'm talking about.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. You go to the webpage, okay, and you actually talk to the people and you tell them about your dog and what it needs. And it comes in plastic, almost like tube things. And this stuff's all made to order specifically for your dog. Just do me the favor, go to the webpage, look it up, read it, and call these people and talk to them.
Okay, now you're going to let me finish what I was saying before you went through that?
They will make sure your dog gets food that it is capable of eating. I'm telling you. It's not cheap.
It's not like what's in it. It has to be texture. It has to be a certain one on the way that I have to cut it up. Okay? It's not the flavors. It's not all that. Okay.
It's the textures. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I said. Go to this webpage and call and talk to the people.
Why would I want to spend all that money to get something like that when I can get something that I'm doing right now for a lot cheaper?
Well, do you want to give them the best thing you can give them, or you see what I'm saying?
There ain't nothing wrong with what I'm giving them now. I mean, humans eat it.
Fit the diet for your dog is what I'm saying. So, but you can do what you want. It's fine. Never mind. Go ahead.
Well, all I got to say is puppy chow for the win.
Yeah.
Yeah, I spend $150 a month on my dog food.
Oh, I spend a lot more now. I feed mine lamb and rice, Purina or Pro 1, I think it is, with a small thing of the little plastic tubs of cat food that's soft, and it's got to be mixed in with it.
Yeah, that's what I got to do too. The wet food with the dry food mix. Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah, otherwise the little guy won't eat it. The cat will
Don't
go
need it
over and eat
either.
it if little guy walks away. But I feed the cat first.
Thank you, Mr. JG. Thank you so much for saying that.
What's going on down there,
Well,
Bobcat?
JG Hill, I'm just saying, if you want to get the best food for your dog, do yourself the favor.
It is not
if
best. Let me
money's
tell
not
you
the
something.
object, is what I'm saying. If money's not an object, go to this webpage. You know
Let me
nothing
tell you
about it,
something,
so you
okay?
can't make a comment about what I'm talking about.
Let me tell you something. I used to train personal protection, police dogs, bomb dogs. I mean, everything, right?
Yeah.
And so I know exactly what a dog needs. I know exactly what a dog needs to eat.
Never mind. Topic's over. I won't talk about it no more. Since
I
you
thought
know it all
politics
about it,
was a heated debate.
I don't need to mention some
Don't
crazy
talk about-
keep your dog alive forever.
Yeah, don't talk about politics, religion, or dog food on this show. Okay.
Evidently. Well, I'm just trying to give some sound advice of something that I've actually used that kept a dog alive that was 18 years old. I'm just saying, with no teeth.
And mine are alive, aren't they?
Can't hear you.
Whatever. Shut up, Beck. I don't want to hear it this morning. Okay.
Just
I
because
honestly
you
don't
know.
want to hear it this morning. You know, like I said, I was trying to give some sound advice. You don't want to hear it, so fuck it. Don't worry about it.
Would you rather me just jump down from here?
I don't care. Be honest with you, I honestly don't care. It's 5 o'clock in the freaking morning.
Yeah. Rubbed with Big Mike's Kohler.
Suit yourself.
Okay, bye. There we go. Problem solved.
That's fine.
My dog ate Kohler. I'll bet he farted too.
My bad, dude.
Well, it was fine, but
I didn't realize you were trying to drive.
you can have it up there. Just move it to the left.
Who are you with, Bobcat?
It's me and Fashizzle.
Fish
We're going
Sizzle, where are you going?
fishing.
To an undisclosed location.
Oh no, not the undisclosed location. Okay.
It requires travel.
It's not in Tennessee.
We're
not
not
in
fishing.
Tennessee. I'd just like to know where you can find a river that ain't flooded right now.
Yeah, you got to go a ways.
I'll bet there ain't nothing from Indiana down through Kentucky that ain't 50 feet out of the bank right now.
We won't be in Indiana or Kentucky. It's going to be exciting.
Are you gonna go live?
Yeah, we'll be live Saturday.
Oh, okay. So
Sure.
you're pre-fishing. Is there a tournament Saturday? Because I don't pay attention to when the tournaments are.
Yeah, for the what is it? The Veterans Tournament. The what's the name of that
Fish
tournament?
pond.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
Fishathon. Yep.
Yeah,
I
Good
don't
morning,
think
Jimmy.
I don't think the veterans one I done. I don't think it was like that. It was just a take veterans fishing thing.
Yeah. All I got to say is we got about 55 pieces of bait. More. We got more than that. We
No
got a
kidding.
85 quart cooler full of bait and a 30 quart. What is it? 50 quart cooler. We got the
See,
bait.
I wish
Morning,
I had
Captain.
places like that.
You wish you had what?
I wish I had places like that to catch bait and go fishing. I got to drive hours to get anywhere close to that.
Well, we could fish here at home, but we want to go somewhere where there's more fish.
Some bump and flow.
Some bump and flow.
Oh,
We
Catfish
ain't got-
day.
Hey,
Hey,
must
we
have
went-
you like John right there.
now, John, how do you know she was right when she wouldn't let me explain what I was trying to say about these people? Don't get me started again. I'm just saying,
He's
if
getting
you
you
don't know
going,
anything
Buggy.
about what I'm talking about, how do you know that what I was trying to tell you wouldn't help you? I mean, do you know any other dog food places you can go where you actually call and talk to the people and they custom make the food for your dog?
Buggy, you're taking the bait. You know John's
Yeah, I
getting
know
you
he
going.
got me, didn't he? He pulled me out and I bit. Just like that bass that followed the lure all the way back to his boat the other day.
Somebody out fishing.
Oh man.
Yeah,
All right,
I
y'all.
fell
I'm
right
gonna jump
for
down.
that
I'm
one.
gonna hit the hay. I had to come up and say what's up. I saw Buggy was live and Rustic and
Cool,
y'all.
dude. I
So
appreciate it.
yeah, man. Get some Red Bull in you, Buggy.
What sport do you do after basketball's over?
Baseball.
Do you
and
do
fish.
baseball? Okay, I
Yeah,
wasn't
that's when I
sure.
do my live streams, dude, because I got a lot more time. So
Because baseball is about the only sport going.
yeah.
Okay, that'll
Yeah.
work.
All right,
I'll
Buggy.
tune in
Thanks for
for a
having
minute.
me up. Rustic, chat. My bad, dude. Travels.
My bad.
Y'all
Dude,
have a good
Travis.
one.
He
Good luck
came up.
today
I
on
didn't know
the
who it
water.
was, and it was dark, so I wouldn't bring him up. And I finally seen his face. I was like,
I saw
"Oh, that's
Bobcat. Yeah.
Yeah, I had
All
no
right,
idea
y'all.
who it was.
Have a good night.
Morning, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff, how are you today? Chris M. Good morning, Chris M. You gotta get up a little earlier, brother.
See Gabriel. Gabe.
For those you don't know, he does a gambling. I don't even know how to explain it. You just have to go watch it to see what it is. It's a gambling. They give advice. Can't even explain it, but
What did it say on his profile, on his little tag down there? Did it say Catfish Dave?
yeah, it did.
I was like, whoa, Buggy, you got some celebrities on here now.
I've never seen a Catfish Day video. I have no idea who the guy is, man.
Yeah.
Morning, Donald.
Hey, Don, how are you? You got water in your yard from Kenworthy's Creek or whatever it's called? Yeah, I don't know what the thing is about Catfish Dave or something, but when he first come in, he talked about Catfish Dave, and I didn't know he had the. I don't know. Evidently, the community don't like this guy or something.
Hey, he's to get under Mark's skin.
Oh, who? That's what it was. But how in the heck did Skywalker know about that? Because I never heard Mark say anything about a Catfish Dave.
I don't know where I can put this so it's not in your way.
Hey, John, what is the name of the video where the bass chased the lure all the way back to the boat almost? I just caught that clip. I can't remember the name of it, though. If you haven't seen it, that one's pretty cool. He probably chased that lure 50 yards, 40 yards, maybe. Oh, fuck. I'll be back. I think Pop woke up.
Chips ahoy. Sugar's the devil, Rustic.
Yeah, breakfast of the champs. A champ was set my big butt here in the chair.
I had bacon and eggs this morning at 4:30.
That's usually when I fix myself breakfast, but when I ain't doing that this morning, I'll eat me a couple cookies.
And a glass of water.
A glass of water. I got some meat sticks back there.
You got a beef stick.
Yeah, some boat snacks. Pork rinds, viners, and meat sticks. Ready to go.
Well, there you go.
Nah, man, they're trying to fill our lake right now. They draw it down.
Route to Norco.
They draw it down 6 feet every year. And they ain't giving us no water at all. The fish, they just not moving.
Oh, Possum Outdoors went out last night, tore them up.
Did he? He's what, in Iowa?
No, he's in Missouri. He's like 12 minutes from my house.
Okay.
He went on a bank fishing, boy, he tore them up.
Yeah. They got high water there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Mississippi River's up. According to looking at that video, it is.
What river is it?
Mississippi.
Okay.
Yeah, if he would have got in one of them league tournaments. He probably won that last night. He caught the fish last night.
Yeah, that's the problem is you never can get river conditions to agree with these tournaments. And it seems like every time we have one, conditions are just deplorable. If the conditions are not deplorable, the fish aren't biting.
Yeah.
Like when we fished that tournament on last Saturday night, we had excellent conditions. We just couldn't get for what we were doing. We were dragging baits up on the reservoir, but we just couldn't get the fish to bite. They were short biting, and me and Brandon are too stubborn to downsize our baits. So we were pulling baits in that looked, they chewed the rear end off of them. If we'd have downsized the baits and hooks, we'd have probably caught more fish, but we're stubborn.
Yeah, out there on that Mississippi, if you hit the right time, the right place, you can catch crap out of them. Go back next day, you'll never get a bite.
Yeah.
Just the way it is.
So the tournament tomorrow is the Veterans
Fishathon.
Fishathon. That's the word I was looking for. Okay, so it's a thing to raise money.
Yep.
Because I think the one I went on with Hooks and Hammock, it was a veterans thing, but it wasn't to raise money thing. I don't think. You know what I'm saying?
I think they've already raised like $150 or something just starting when they did the pre-show last night, talking about it or whatever.
Whose show?
It was on Fields of Water, the bait shop.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got caught part of that. I had to do some stuff for Pop last night. He just got up and asked me what was for dinner. It's gonna be a good day. I got him to go back to bed though, and told him that it was 5:30 in the morning and that dinner's a long ways away. I'll get him coffee when he gets back up.
Oh man, that's what I meant to make. I meant to bring some coffee. Dang it. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm old and deaf, and I cannot hear the speaker on my phone. I had to put my earbuds in. Too many working around heavy equipment and loud things all my life. That's
So
why during these tournaments.
You headed up there to fish with Daryl?
Fish with Daryl?
Yeah. Nah. You going to Georgia?
No, we ain't going to Georgia. Is he? I think he's fishing the gorge. Yeah, he got on to us in our private chat about traveling to fish. And we were like, he's like, I'm going to stay home and fish my home waters. And then we were like, oh, so you're fishing in Georgia then? He got real quiet.
Yeah, he don't fish Georgia.
No, he comes to Tennessee to fish. I was like, you travel every time you fish.
I drove an hour when I was in Georgia. I drove an hour to his house, then we drove 2 hours to go to, I think it was Knoxville or something like that, Chattanooga, to fish. And I was like, wow. Whew. And we left late, and I had a 3-hour drive home. I was like, oh my God, we're back to the motel.
Yeah, every time he comes down here, he drives, 2 hours?
Yeah.
Like that. That's man, I know we're spoiled. I mean, we've got great fishing right here in my backyard. It's 10, 15 minutes to most any boat ramp in Chattanooga for me and Brandon both. Brandon lives just a little bit north of me, about 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. So we're spoiled. And that's why I don't fish a lot of places. I mean, I fish Chickamauga, Nickajack, and I mean, I don't even really go to Guntersville. There's good fishing in Wilson and Wheeler, and I just don't even go down there.
Yeah. There's good fishing here on the Mississippi River, too, if you hit the right time, right place.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And we're headed for a real good fishery right now. yeah, the skipjack have been on fire here in Chattanooga, and we spent the last couple of weeks just getting out there and getting bait and filling our freezers up because they've been on fire here. Brandon went last night and castaneted some shad, so we have some variety.
I can't throw a cast net right now.
Yeah,
I'm
your
on too
shoulder.
bad, but I can't. And I was gonna go
Yeah.
skipjack fishing after therapy this morning, but my grandson decided, Poopa, I got a 3-day weekend. I'm going home, stay with you. So I'll be babysitting.
No skipjack this weekend, Papa.
No. Well, we
It
got the
ain't the
skipjack
one you
tournament
had
coming up next
yesterday, is it?
weekend. So
The one yesterday, that was a little girl one. That was your granddaughter, the autistic child. Yeah.
yeah,
Well, I absolutely love skipjack fishing. It's almost as fun as catfishing.
to me, it's funner than catfishing.
Yeah, I want to go do that sometime. It looks like fun.
Hey, Rustic, these skipjack that have been coming up below Chickamauga, they are big, chunky toads. I mean, we've been catching 2 and 3 pound skipjack down here, and
Yeah.
it was a ball. The day me and Brandon went and was catching them in the current. I broke a rod trying to boat flip them and take them off the hook, and it was crazy.
You was in a boat fishing for them?
Oh yeah,
Huh.
yeah, we catch them from the boat all the time. People say they won't get near trolling motor and sonar and all that. That's hogwash.
Yeah,
We catch them
fish are
all the time
aggressive.
right at the boat.
Oh yeah, they're aggressive. They'll hit it. They don't care.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
they
we
they live
catch
in
them
that
all the
heavy
time right
current.
beside the boat.
Well, I only seen people fishing for them from the bank, is why I didn't know. Aren't they close to the dam where you guys fish at, Russick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, then again, Bobcat ain't afraid to get up close to the dams and stuff like that. I forgot.
No, I ain't scared of moving water.
You get in that.
Not
I'd
aggressive.
probably wear 2 life jackets if I was fishing in your boat up in that stuff.
And sometimes they'll move around at the dam. Like, you won't always find them at the same place. Like, sometimes they'll be catching them from the bank, and you can't catch them from the boat to save your life because they'll be over against the rocks, and you just you can't get to them from a boat unless you get right up on the bank fishermen. Other times they'll be out in the middle of the river where the bank fishermen can't cast to them, and you catch them by boat. And sometimes they'll be on the eddy seam at the wing wall where you can't get to them from the bank. They just move all around. They come up in schools and feed and move, and they're just chasing them shad. Wherever those shad are at, that's where they're going to be at.
Yeah, it's like over at Kentucky. When you start throwing, you throw way out there if that water's running good. Catch them way out,
Yeah.
then you'll notice you'll start catching them up. They'll move closer to that bank. Then you'll throw out about 10, 15 feet and catch the crap out of them.
Yep,
When you
they
start off,
move around. They're
way out
following the shed. Like yesterday, the threadfin shad were so thick at the dam from the bank that we were like, when I cast my jigs out, you could feel we were hooking threadfin shad. You could feel your jig going through the cloud of threadfin. It was just tap, 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 and it was all those threadfin you were reeling through. So, I mean, the bait was
reel it
just
up. You have one
thick.
hooked on it.
Oh yeah, we did that multiple times. Snagged a little threadfin. They were about 4 inches long.
Over in Kentucky, we were doing that, and we'd snag up some big shad, gizzard shad. They come in schools, man, and you come through there and you hook up on one.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, I love catching skipjack now.
Yeah, they're hoot, man. They'll aggravate you too. They're frustrating.
Yeah, especially if you're fighting 3 or 4 of them. Yeah, I got loaded up here. By the time you get up the bank, you got one or none.
Yeah, I'm gonna start when we start catching them from the boat. I'm gonna start carrying a net and start netting them. I was watching some guys, some of those
Hey,
tournament
Traveling Fools,
guys,
how
and they
are you,
were
buddy?
actually netting their skipjack, and they get them close to the boat. And I was like, that's a good idea because sometimes especially if you got two on, you try to boat flip them. It don't always work out in your favor.
The flag trivia the other night, Traveling Fools, I wasn't in. I wasn't no good at that one.
Morning, Traveling Fool.
Stop.
If you like
Y'all
trivia,
there?
he has a fun trivia game. I forget, Thursday nights, I think it is, and one other night. Yeah, Rusty killing us with them cookies right now.
Yeah, we got that. I got that skipping tournament coming up the 20th, which I think is next weekend.
Lost
And
audio.
and so I've been waiting for the waters to get up, and the waters finally got up where they need to be, and I'm like, I can't even go.
Y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay, my alarm went off and knocked me out of the feed for a second.
Is it time to get out of bed?
Yeah, I usually wake up at 6 o'clock and go to the gym. I go to the gym Monday, Wednesday, and Friday and work out for about 45 to 50 minutes. And then Tuesday and Thursday, I walk.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta take care of this heart.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. No doubt, man. That's like a major rude awakening.
Yeah, I got a second chance, and I don't want to blow it.
You know, somebody was talking earlier about someone had a heart attack at 38, man.
Hey, it happens, man. It's
Yeah.
happening to people younger and younger. I'm just blessed in the fact that I did not have a heart attack, but I got as close as you can. I came as
Really?
close as you can to having one and didn't have one, but the blockages were so severe in 3 arteries. So, got to take care of yourself, man. I wish I could go back in a time machine and tell the Bob 30 years ago what I was going to go through 30 years later and try to change it, but.
Hey, John, when you hear me say I don't give an F what people think, now you just seen an example of that. I really don't. I'm only nice because I want to be. And I honestly don't care. It's awful dark where you're driving. I don't see no city lights, no houses, no nothing.
Nah, it'd be dark for a little while, Buggy.
God's country.
Yeah.
Man, how nice it'd be to live that close.
Hey, I love living in Tennessee.
Yeah, I mean the closest I got is going to J Dogs, and that's what I think it's 2.5 hours for me. Probably 2 hours for anybody else driving. I just don't drive fast.
Yeah. I think J Dog's coming down here in June.
Yeah, he said something about that. Because I get 5 days a month that Dad goes to a nursing home now, so I've been going down there fishing. I've only done it
Awesome,
2 months now.
Yeah.
And he was telling me about it and what the dates was, so I'd know when. I think the last one I got put in for right now is Labor Day because we've got to take Grandma down to Kentucky. The family's got a graveyard. We got our own graveyard on our property down there. We got to put Grandma next to Grandpa.
Yeah.
And other than that, there's a couple other ones I want to go fishing with but I just need to get with them and get dates, and because I have to put them in about 2 months ahead of time because they gotta, submit the request and all that stuff to the nursing home people.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how June is not our best time of year to fish, even though I've caught good fish in June, but it's kind of moving into the spawn for sure.
Oh, really? That late? I would assume down there that they spawned early because things warm up.
Yeah, June's pretty deep into the spawn, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then again, all I know about spawn stuff is bluegill. That's all we ever fish for. So I usually know what time of year they go on nest.
Well, we break the season up into two sections here, basically. Ooh, God, this just smell. Crap. My brain is farted or something.
I was gonna say somebody gas bombed the truck.
Oh my God, that's bad. It smells like a hog farm. Whew, that's potent. Brandon said that did not come from my body.
Y'all
It's pretty
drive past
bad,
the
though.
paper mill.
I don't know what it is, man, but it's bad.
John, I'm leaning more towards the bottle of rum and some Coke or something. To be honest with you, I'm about due.
But yeah, we break the season up into pre-spawn and post-spawn. You know, these fish from now until June are feeding up,
Oh, okay.
getting ready to mate, and then they'll only have one thing on their mind during the spawn, and it ain't eating. And then after the spawn,
Yeah,
when
for
they do their
sure. For
business,
sure. Animal
they're
instincts come
hungry
out.
and they'll start feeding up again. Yeah, I mean during the spawn, they really only interested in making little catfish. So that's why fishing during the
Yeah.
spawn just sucks so bad because they're either feeding up or mating. So,
And that
Yeah,
and then
catfish spawn
exactly.
looks pretty gnarly because you always see them afterwards and they're all
oh, they
beat
get
up and
they
scraped up.
get beat
Yeah.
all to hell. I mean,
Yeah, it's
they look
amazing.
rough. We catch them with sores and chunks missing out of them
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
bloody fins, and I mean, it just looks like they've been to war.
That's what I was. I was like, man, that looks like a cat got hit with a boat motor.
Catfish are tough, man.
Yeah, they are. They're aggressive
Uh,
too.
South Carolina fishing with Jamie of Carolina Real Screamers, and we caught some at on both sides of their heads where they was feeding and trying to get under them rocks and logs and stuff. Man, they wore it down to the bone of the skull
Yeah,
sticking out.
yeah. That's what my buddy Wade down in Alabama. He catches them in the spring all the time, noodling, and he says a lot of that they do to themselves, like digging under boat ramps and digging in the rocks, and they'll hurt themselves doing that. They don't even care. They're just trying to find a hole to get in.
Speaking of
And I was
noodling,
there,
how
we
do
caught
these
one.
people know? I'm sorry. How do these people know they're not going to reach under there and find an alligator snapping turtle? That's the thing I don't
So
know.
that I don't have the intestinal fortitude to go
Nope.
sticking my hand in holes and pulling.
I don't want to
Nope.
fight
Me
them.
neither.
I really like my fingers. I need them.
That's what I'm saying. I've seen some really, really big snapping turtles that would
Yeah,
take 3 or 4 fingers off if they were to bite you. You know what I mean? And
yeah. I
that's why
don't.
I just wondered: is there's some way they know what? You know what I mean? I just don't know.
I mean, I understand the draw of it and the lure of it, but I also, and I don't have anything against people that noodle, but it's also aggravating the fish when they're at their most vulnerable. They are trying to lay eggs, and it's
Yeah,
like you're screwing with them when they're trying to increase the population of
yeah,
catfish that
yeah.
you're fishing for. So I don't like that idea of messing with them while they're on bed. Reaching in there and pulling them out and disturbing them. Who knows?
Oh, I didn't know that part.
They
Really?
may not go back to laying their eggs if you pull them out there and pick them up. And, I
Yeah,
mean, I don't
and
know. I just
stress them out like that. Yeah, I didn't know that's what they were doing when they were noodling them.
Well, it'd
yeah.
be
I
like
mean,
that
if you're
one guy. He had that video. He reached in there and grabbed that big old loggerhead out. He was like this right here. That dude turned his head around and grabbed him right there.
Oh,
man,
really?
And it was a big, I mean, it had to be at least between 20 and 30 pound snapper. And it grabbed him right there.
Yeah, I
Ugh.
didn't know they were nesting when they were doing that.
yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. They're coming up shallow and a lot of a lot of hardcore noodlers will actually build boxes for them to get in. So,
Huh?
and then they'll mark the box so they know where it's at, and they'll go back
Yeah.
there because they're coming up shallow and finding those places to hide and lay their eggs. And I don't know. I'm sure a lot of people who love noodling will take difference with me, but
Yeah, yeah, of course.
I just
Morning,
don't
Fish and
like the
Whiskers.
practice.
Well, see, it's
One
like
Robin.
we fished these same bluegill pits for years, strip pits in southern Indiana. And I'm not a fan of taking fish off the nest myself
Yeah,
because then you leave eggs vulnerable. And if you take enough fish off enough nest, eventually you aren't going to have no fish making nest anymore.
Yeah.
And I seen it happen to the lake we fished for 30-some years. These guys would come in there and take fish off the nest, and I'd ask
But
them.
species like bluegill, Buggy, they're prolific spawners.
Yeah,
And it's just like, around Chattanooga and other parts of the country, they do shell crackers that way when they nest. And man, they come up by the thousands and nest, and we target them when they're on the nest. And I mean, they are prolific spawners. And I suppose you could hurt the population if you took too
well,
many, but
these are strip pits, and they're not big lakes, really. You know what I mean? They're trolling motor only lakes, and I see guys taking coolers full of fish out.
yeah,
And
yeah,
I know it hurt the lake because when my son was born, okay, we've been fishing this same lake for 30-some years, and you used to be able to go there and catch slab bluegills one after another. You know what I mean? Just take
Yeah.
4 or 5 to eat and throw them back. But I mean, big slabs, and you didn't have to work at it. Well, now you're lucky. If you go there a week, you're lucky if you get 15 or 20 big slab bluegill. You still get nice bluegill, don't get me wrong,
yeah.
but I'm talking them ones that you show your friends pictures of, you used to catch them every time.
Yeah, I mean, there has to be a balance between conservation and a sportsman's right to harvest.
Yeah, well, the DNR was actually doing a survey. Oh, it's been about 15 years ago. And when you were loading your boat, they'd ask you if you minded to let them know, how many bluegill you caught or whatever, or how many you were taking out. It's not like there's a limit or anything. They were just doing a study to
Yeah,
see the effect on the lake. But it's a place called Chacamac State Park, and the only reason I know for a fact it hurt that, but they're not big lakes neither, so that might be what it is. Because I mean, it's the point now where I don't even go there anymore.
we in Alabama.
Uh-oh, he gave a hint. Write it down, Alabama. Oh, we got a hint. We keep him on here long enough, he'll give away his spot. Somebody keep an eye on. The signs are real blurry, though. Is it raining?
Yeah, we're heading to the Potomac.
I can't read the highway signs. That's what I've been. I should put you up on full so I could read the signs, but I won't do that.
Brandon said we're heading to Potomac. It's a mystery to me too. I don't
They're
know.
going to Louisiana.
John, you can keep casting, brother. I ain't biting no more. I'm over that.
I thought we were going to the James.
The James, heck yeah.
Is Alabama on the way to the James?
Oh, you're going to the Potomac up there in the D.C. area.
I would like to go up there and fish. I think I'd rather fish the James though.
Yeah, John, but if you've been fishing the same lake for 30-some years and you always catch fish there, you would probably be able to make assumptions, wouldn't you?
I don't know. Which would y'all rather fish if you had the James or the Potomac?
James, I think. Yeah, there's more of it in there. Well, I don't know. I don't know a lot about the Potomac. All I know is what I've seen, there around the D.C. area.
Yeah, most of the Potomac guys have gone on TikTok.
Yeah, they did. You throw a hook out there and catch them.
Yeah, actually, I was going through my hats here. I got an old Has Life hat over there. I seen that I forgot I had.
I've never fished tidal waters, so that would be interesting.
Yeah, I would if you go with someone who knows what they're doing, because I wouldn't know, as far as the tied in and tied out the if I understand it correctly, the direction of the water flow changes.
I take that back. I have fished tidal waters, but at the beach. Like we've got a place in North Carolina, down around Southport, Holden Beach area, and we fish a lot in the intercoastal waterway. And man, it's crazy when the tide's like coming in or going out, how strong it's like fishing in a river.
Oh, really?
It really is.
Huh.
I mean, the tide is so strong, and then all of a sudden you'll be like fishing one way out behind the boat, and then all of a sudden it just stops, and the boat wants to wander everywhere, and then it'll turn, and the boat's facing the other way. All of a sudden, it's crazy.
Huh. I remember 2 stands done. One, it was a couple years back, but I think they were on the bank fishing, and they were there a long time, long enough that you could see the change in direction. You know what I mean? And that was the first time I'd ever seen that it actually changed directions.
Yeah, and I guess the fish change where they're at and how they feed too when that happens.
Yeah. I wonder how far in the saltwater actually gets. How, like from the coastline all the way up. I wonder how far up there's actually salt in the water.
I suppose there's mixing of the waters. I mean, you're gonna have
Yeah.
some brackish water, some salt in the fresh water and salt, and I suppose.
Well, like Creole caught that
There's,
shark.
They said that there's enough salt in there that the blues can survive.
Yeah.
But if there was any more than that, they wouldn't be able to survive. But they adapted to that.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same thing with bull sharks. I mean, they've been finding bull sharks further and further up the Mississippi River because of their ability to tolerate fresh water. They're adapting to and moving into places that they've never, typically lived before.
Yeah, they got bull sharks. There was one caught up in St. Louis, one above St.
really?
Louis.
Wow.
There were several caught in Louisiana in that river. And they'll tell you in Louisiana, to do not clean your fish or your like squirrels or rabbits or whatever by the water, because bull sharks will come right up there and grab you.
Huh.
Oh, wow.
Oh, John,
I
you're
think
talking
that-
about your boat bottomed out on the sandbar? Oh, yeah, I can see that happening. Then you have to wait for the tide to start back in, and that's interesting. I know I have going surfing and stuff. I would sit and watch, the waves change the point of the sandbars and stuff as it came in and out.
I know when we go to the beach down there and go out fishing, I'm paying particular attention to the tide charts because around the entrance of the Cape Fear River, there's just tons of sandbars, and we'll go out sometimes to fish around Oak Island, and you'll be out there in the middle of what looks like the ocean. It's actually the inlet of the Cape Fear River, the outlet, and you'll be look down at the graph and be in 4 foot of water. I'm like, dang it!
Yeah.
So you really got to pay attention to your tide charts and your maps to see where. And of course, the sandbars move and shift every year with the changing. So I always try to make sure I've got Navionics updated to the latest mapping software when I go down there.
Yeah.
So the shark the Creole caught, it was all the way up in fresh water then, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris M, I caught some in where was I at? And I was surprised that there was white bass in it. I know I can't remember what I'm at. I just remember the part that I remember was their gill plates are razor sharp.
Oh yeah, them white bass.
Yeah.
Brandon loves to use them for bait. I hate them because I always get stuck or cut every time I try to use them, and it's like sawing through an old shoe. They're so tough. The bones are thick and they're spiny, and man, they're just
their feet is extremely strong and pointy.
Yeah, you have to when I catch them, I grab them make sure my fingers are in front of their gill flaps and just squeeze the heck out of them and get them off the hook because they will cut you.
Oh, I mean, you could probably shave with one of them almost. They're so sharp.
Oh, yeah. Danny says we can't use white bass for bait in Missouri.
Really?
You can keep 14 in Tennessee, and I don't think there's any size limit on them, are there? Nope.
Well, I wasn't sure you could use them here, but the reservoir by my house, I was actually catfishing. I threw night crawlers out, so I had a time, but I kept catching these white bass about 12 inches long. And then I came in actually to someone's live and asked them if anybody used them for bait, and they said they were good cut bait. So but I wasn't sure if I could use them here, so I actually called the DNR and talked to them. And they told me, yeah, you can't use stripers, but you can use white bass.
Yeah. Hey, good morning, Danny Stone.
Danny. I wonder why you can't use them in Missouri.
Does
I'll tell you,
gang fish?
Huh?
I'll tell you this: they make excellent catfish bait because they stay on the hook a very long time.
Yeah.
Once you finally get a hook in them, I mean, you just about can't. It ain't like they'll sit a channel cat will sit and just tear chunks of skipjack off a hook. They
Yeah.
can't hardly do that with white bass. They're so tough. They're
Yeah.
armor plated.
They feel armor plated when you grab one.
Yeah. So for dragging baits, they're really excellent bait.
Morning, Danny. Well, I guess the reservoir here by the house. I guess they actually put them in there at one time. I don't know much about it, but they evidently they didn't get caught a lot, and they breed a lot, and there's just a ton of them there now. To the point they annoy the fishermen over there. So I started taking them out for bait.
They're a hard fighting fish, man. They're fun to catch too.
Yeah.
You always know when you're skipjack fishing when you hook into a white bass because they fight differently. They pull harder and they'll dig. I mean, you get them to the boat and they'll just dig straight down.
Yep.
A skipjack will run sideways or jump out of the water and try to throw the hook, but a white bass will stay
I didn't
down.
know they jumped out of the water. That's cool.
Oh, absolutely. They're like, I mean, that's why they call them Tennessee tarpon here. They'll jump out of the water and try to toss a hook.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to go do that sometime. Actually, I think I was going to meet them one year, and I ended up not being able to.
When they're on fire, they're a hoot.
Oh yeah.
Well, heck, I watched one Rustic was doing that one time. Had double hooks on his line or whatever, and it'd come in, and a lot of times there'd be two of them on there.
Yeah.
Last time I was up there, we was catch them 6 at a time.
Really?
Oh,
see,
yeah.
I'd have to get a different pole. At first I thought you fished for them with an ultralight, and then I started seeing. No, yeah, I was gonna say it'd probably be a bass rod or something.
Let me tell you a story about. Yeah, let me tell you a story about ultralight fishing for skipjack. First time I took old Anthony, old Yak Shore, I took him skipjack fishing below Nickajack because I wanted somebody to go with me. I knew they were on fire down there. And I took the boat out one afternoon, and I told him bring him some rod with some jigs on it. And he brings this little ultralight out there with 4-pound test Mr. Crappie line on it. And he was breaking jigs off left and right. I mean, just losing skipjack after skipjack. And finally, I handed him my other skipjack rod, and I said, "Don't you ever bring an ultralight on my boat for skipjack fishing?" I said, "We're hunting bait. We're not fishing for fun."
Yeah.
You don't go kid fishing for skipjack with an ultralight with 4-pound test.
No.
You want something with some backbone.
Not unless you're out there just to play around and have fun with it.
Yeah. I mean, if you're doing that,
then you better have
when you're fishing for meat.
Yeah, then you better have one heck of a drag system on there.
Absolutely. And something, if you're fishing from a boat, you need a rod that has enough backbone and stiffness to the blank to boat flip them. Unless you're going to net everyone up.
See, I fish with I think it's either a medium and a medium heavy, but mostly a medium, and a 7 foot, and I'll put 20-pound test on it, and I'll run 6, 7 jigs. And because sometimes you'll hook them up if you sit there and play just right. One to hit it, and the other ones will say, "Hey, he's out, he's on something." And then they tell you'll feel them hit them, pull in 6 at a time. You better have a good backbone.
I run 30-pound braid on all my skipjack rods with a 20-pound leader, with a 20-pound mono leader.
Because in that current, when you got 6 on there and they're big ones, that's almost equivalent to a 30, 40-pound catfish. Try pulling that current, and they're all doing is trying to swim different ways.
Well, in Tennessee, we can only have 3 jigs per pole, so you can only run 3 here, unless you're running a sabiki rig.
Well, you can tie your own sabiki rig.
Yeah, I guess you could.
Because I fished with I tied my own, and I only had 5 hooks on there, and but they cannot. It can't be, stretch your line out and do your jigs down like you do here, like I do. You've got to
Yeah.
stretch your line out, tie your 5 jigs on it, cut your line, put your swivel on, and then that's considered a sabiki.
Okay.
And you can't have it tied directly to your line over there like that.
Yeah.
But you can use them jigs up till 5, I think. But you have to tie them on just like the sabiki rig. You got to use that little swivel.
Right.
Well, I've seen the one that it almost looks like an umbrella skeleton or whatever, and each arm has a different leader on it. Like it's like 5 of them, and I don't know what you'd call it. I thought
That's an umbrella rig, is what that's called.
Is
But
that what it is? I wondered. I seen them using that.
I seen a guy using crappie, and bass. But,
yeah, they use them below the dam all the time for white bass, and they often catch skipjack by accident on those umbrella rigs. But I don't think it would be good for skipjack just because the way it's made and it's so heavy to throw.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never seen one in person. Now with your
Alabama
skipjack
rig, yeah.
When you take your skipjack home and you freeze them, when you thaw them out and use them or bait, are they pretty firm still? Or I don't know.
Yeah.
I ordered some and they weren't skipjack, but they weren't.
As long as you seal them fresh as quickly as you can after you catch them, they're still very firm when you use them for bait. As long as they ain't been in the freezer for 2 years or something ridiculous like that. I'd say you probably want to use them 6 months after you freeze them.
The important part is how you prep them and how soon you freeze them. Then
Yeah, and
the
you want to make sure if you're fishing from the bank or the boat, keep your skipjack in a small cooler with a little ice pack to keep them cool. Because if they warm up, they'll get soggy quick.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we keep them in the cooler on ice until we're ready to cut them.
Yeah, because I got 2 deep freezers in the garage where if I ever went down, I could catch a bunch of them, and if I froze them right, well, you already said 6 months about all you want to keep them, so I wouldn't do no good to catch a bunch anyway.
Well, I've used them past 6 months, but that's kind of a good rule of thumb.
Yeah.
I've used.
But the big thing is getting them froze as quick as you can.
Yeah, the fresher the better. But when you catch a bunch of them, because when summertime comes up, they get harder to catch, and then you really have to search to find them. So you will keep them. I've used them as far as almost a year, and
we were.
After so many months, I don't sell it. I don't sell them. I just keep them. I give them away to people, and I use them fish with myself. But if you taking vacuum seal them just right, they'll last a long time in a deep freeze.
Well, the reason I ask is I ordered some one time a couple years ago, and from whatever that company was, I forget the name of it, but it wasn't cheap to order them. But every one of them I used after they thawed, if they thawed out and I cut, say, a headpiece and put the other back in the cooler, and by the time I'd get to the body section or whatever, the meat was real mushy and it just wouldn't hold on the hook. So it was probably the way they were packaged then, I would imagine.
Yeah, they were probably old when they vacuum sealed them. I've bought skipjack from local bait companies that have been mushy right out of the pack, and it's aggravating when you're paying, $8 to $12 a pack for them.
Yeah, because I paid a lot of money to have them frozen skipjacks sent to me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Danny's right about that. Once you open that package, you can cut it. What's froze, throw it out there. The water will slowly melt that.
Yeah.
Get that fresh scent of water. But make sure you got plenty of ice packs. The cooler's got to be pretty cold, especially if it's warm out.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, when you pull it out of there, it's going to be soft and mushy. And
that slowly thaw in the refrigerator makes sense.
Yeah, you got to keep it cold.
I got a nice slab of ribs doing that in the refrigerator right now for tonight.
I'm going to try to do some eel fishing this summer. Go past this one rock that I can getting that dead water and see if I can't catch some eels out of it.
That's a good question, Fish for Whiskers, because that's how I do my bluegill. I freeze them in water, and then that way they stay in the freezer a lot longer. For eating though, but not. I'm talking not.
Yeah. If you froze them in water the time you thawed them out, it'd be just like mush.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah,
I used to do that with crappie fillets, but that's a whole different animal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I do it with bluegill for eating though, and then you can keep them in the freezer for a long time.
Plus, you would have to put a whole lot of water in there to cover them completely because they're not fillets. You're throwing entire fish.
Yeah, you'd need. Well, you'd only be able to do it with a certain size to get them in a. It'd be about the biggest baggie you can get, a pound baggie or so, I think, isn't it?
I think, yeah. Well, you can get like 2.5 gallons, 3 gallon bags. But I think another part of that equation is you don't want. We do everything we can to avoid having when we catch them, having them sitting in water because you don't want the blood and the oils to start, getting flushed out of the skipjack.
Yeah.
So putting them in water, you're actually encouraging fluid from inside the fish to travel outside of them where you don't want it. So that's why they encourage, I know a lot of guys will put their fish in an ice slurry, and then at the end of the trip, they'll drain the water off of them to help them, a salted ice slurry to help freeze them real quick.
And never wash them with a water hose. Don't lay them out on the ground and wash them because you're washing all that slick oil.
You're washing all the oils off. I've froze some bluegill heads, and the way I've been using them is I try to keep them froze, and I'll hook it through the eyes when it's still frozen. And then when I cast it out, like you said, it'll slowly release the oils and stuff as it thaws while it's out there.
Yeah.
I've actually heard some, and I don't know if this is true or not, but I've heard some people recommend, like in the video I just did, I take and wipe them down to get some of the slime off of them. But there's people that tell you that the slime, when you freeze them, actually helps protect the meat. So don't take the slime off of them, and you certainly don't want to wash it off of them. And I can see that making sense if that slime layer is actually on that fish to help protect that fish in the water. So if you took all the slime off, it might help, like ice crystals deteriorate the meat or something.
Yeah.
Probably not a bad idea to leave some of the slime on them when you freeze them.
When I freeze mine, I do not wipe mine down. I'll take and shake the slime off the best I can and put it in a bag and vacuum seal it. And because I want that dude to seal up good and tight. And then that slime, like you said, that slime that's on there helps protect the meat stuff and get freezer burnt.
Danny said, if I leave the slime on my vacuum sealer, it won't work. Yeah, that's why in the video I just put out, I actually take a little piece of paper towel and fold it after I put my skipjack in there and stick it in the end of the bag to act like an absorbent layer that when you start sucking them down, that juice and slime starts coming off of them. It gets trapped before it gets to the edge of the bag where the heat strip is at. So that's exactly why I do that.
Yeah, and I always vacuum on the tail side, never the head side, because you will suck that fluid right out and then go right in your vacuum sealer. I don't ever have that problem.
That's a little piece of advice right there that's real valuable.
Yeah, Don, go watch the video I just put out, and you'll see that I just take a little strip of paper towel that's about the width of the bag and just fold it and stick it in the bag right in front of the area where I'm going to seal it, and it acts like an absorbent layer. So when those juices start getting sucked up, it gets caught before it gets to the heat strip.
Yeah, and most of the time it's their urine sac that collapses and it comes out because it squeezes them so tight. But like I said, I do what you do sometimes, especially on the big ones. And then but one thing you want to make sure you do once you put that fish in that bag, do not pull back on that fish with his belly up against that bag because it will poke a hole in it quick.
Oh yeah, yeah. Their fins and everything will just poke a hole right through the bag.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
their
you got to
belly
be
from their neck
careful.
all the way down to their tail ain't nothing but small spikes. Don't ever run your hand up
Yeah.
a skipjack
Huh.
No.
because it will slice you open.
Yep, that's a fact. Yeah, you got to be careful. I know I've had to reseal on several occasions when I'll seal a bag and then put it to the side, and before I put it in the freezer, I'll check it again to make sure that number one, I got a good seal. Number two, I didn't have a fin poke through the bag or something like that.
Oh yeah, because you can grab that fish anywhere you want to, and you will not get finned. But if you go on the belly, and you try to run your hand up. Oh, it's like a razor blade. It'll
Huh.
get you. That's why once you
Yeah,
put it in a bag, you got to make sure you reach in there, grab it, pull it over, and make sure the belly don't touch.
yeah, that's true, Erica. And
I
we
got
go by
that
that
one.
too. You know,
Okay.
we always try to have fresh bait, but you know,
Yeah, it's
if you
not
can't get it,
always
you can't
possible.
get it.
Yeah.
So having a good backup supply of frozen skipjack is it means a difference between you fishing or not fishing. So
Yeah, exactly. Or
it's
if
like
you go
insurance.
Well,
cast
see,
net or something.
in my coolers, I put this little rack in there about that high up off, where it's off that floor, and it's like a little got a bunch of little holes in it. The metal does, and that way I put water bottles in there, and that keeps them cold, and they don't slime up as much, and because there's not no water ice getting in there building up. And then when I head home, I'll drop ice on them, and so that way the fish is out of the water when the ice melts through. When the ice melts through the fish, they're pretty clean, but they're real cold.
Yeah.
But I use mostly frozen 2-liter soda bottles in there to keep them cold. I don't want them
Mhm.
sitting in that ice water slushing around because they'll fill up with water and I don't like it.
And it probably
Yeah,
rips a lot of the
we'll
slime
start
off.
out with we'll start out with a few bags of ice and just kind of layer them as we're catching skipjack. We'll put a layer of ice in the bottom of the cooler, then skipjack, and then pour some more ice on top of those, and just kind of stagger the layers as we're
Yeah,
catching them.
yeah. I want mine uh fixed where when I put ice on it, I want that cold water to rinse down right on top of them, and they get cold. But like I said, I got a deal built putting the bottom of mine to keep mine off the bottom, to keep them out of the water.
Hey, good
Because if
morning,
they sit down
Stonefly.
in
How
that
are you,
water
buddy?
too long, they'll get soggy.
Yeah,
Morning, Stonefly.
yeah. Maybe before too long they'll invent a small cryo freezer so we can just put that in the boat, and throw the skipjack in there, and instantly freeze them.
Yeah,
That'd be cool.
get you a boat big enough with a machine, and everything. Just set it on a conveyor belt, let it go
Well,
through, instant freeze
well,
and bag.
Brandon's boat, I mean, you could put like an industrial size freezer in the floor of the boat, 24-foot CR.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So
Well, I was
you
wondering, they
cryo
make
back
those
the food.
little refrigerators that plug into your cigarette lighter, and I wonder, I'll bet they make a freezer that does that. If you were just going to catch, say, maybe a couple dozen of them, maybe you could seal them and freeze them right then.
yeah. It's like
Yeah,
I
I
see
don't know.
people over there catching them. They'll put 5-gallon bucket, dip it in water, and throw them fish in that water. I'm like, oh, you're sogging the crap out of them fish.
Yeah,
I got two
I
not
little
can't
a
wait
good
till I
idea.
get my
water
cast
bottles for the
net.
freeze, and
I
I'll put
want
it
to
in my
try the
bucket, and
cast
I'll throw
net.
my
It
fish
should
around
be here anytime. But I seen when we with J Dog last time, they were casting netting for small shad or big shad even, and I was like, man, I got to do this. And then that week, I won the throw or cast net on two standing M's tournament or whatever that tournament was. And so I think it's a 6-footer. It should be here. And I wonder, I can probably practice throwing that in the yard as
Oh
long as I
yeah,
don't get across it'll
just
be
get
all
out in
right.
the grass.
Yep. Okay. Because I don't want to go out there with J Dog and Eric and Curtis and them and try to throw that cast net and have them sitting in the boat laughing at me all afternoon.
Yeah.
They will do that.
They're gonna do that anyways.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They find something to pick on me about every time.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
he's
J-Dog
something-
uses that one boat just to see me try to climb over the rail and get in it when it's on the trailer, because the pier wasn't in yet. Yeah, I think J-Dog just thought that was hilarious that I got short legs and I can't get in that damn boat.
Yeah, I do too, Buggy. Don't feel bad. I've been trying to get Brandon to install a step in his boat to get up on the front deck. I have to do a bunny hop every time I get up there. Feels like it's about 6 foot from the floor of the boat to the deck. I told him I was going to get like one of those little kiddie stools and put it in there like a pink one.
Yep. Well, it ain't no problem if they got the pier in there at the boat ramp. You know, that ain't a problem. Then they can put the boat in. I can go step down in it. But right now, it was too early to put it in, or the river was too high and the pier got took back out. And I can either try to climb in over the nose when it's in the water, but then I got to crawl on my knees, and that my left knee, it don't like to be crawled upon, so to speak. So
Nah, I can't do knee stuff.
Yeah.
Don't think I can go to my knees for us praying.
Yes, exactly. And then I need a pillow to do that.
Yeah, I'm wearing a brace on my right knee right now. I tore my ACL about 24 years ago.
Yep.
And my meniscus. I don't have any meniscus in front of that knee.
No way. I done the same thing.
Yeah, I had surgery to repair it. And then I was guiding a raft on the Ocoee River and tore it again, like about 2 years later.
Yeah.
I never went and got it fixed again. So I've just been dealing with
That's funny.
ACL.
I done the same thing. The first one I tore up, it was in the 70s, and they didn't even do ACLs then, and they literally went in and just cleaned it out, and the meniscus was all hamburgered because I kept playing ball, and they took it out. So for 30-some years, I had my right knee didn't have the ACL or meniscus, and I played basketball.
Wow.
And by the time I was 38, they were like, "We need to replace that knee," and I'm like, "We can't do that yet. I'm too young, you know."
Yeah, that's my next step.
Yep. If your knee hurts all the time, man, a knee replacement's the greatest thing on earth. I had my right one done
24/7, Buggy, 24/7.
Yep, exactly. And don't even think about going to Walmart and going shopping, because walking to the parking lot and up and down 2 aisles is about all I'd get.
Well, I do plenty of walking on it, but it always hurts.
Yep. My left knee I tore when I was 38 playing ball. That one there was racing. No, I tore it first time playing ball, and then I tore it again a year later after I had it fixed on my dirt bike, and I just never went and had it done again. Just like you, I'm like, I ain't doing it again.
The key word there, Don, Mr. Three Knots, is cracks. Cracks have to be. Every time I get up and move, my joints pop and crack.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and the bad part is Dad and them all raced dirt bikes and stuff when I was a kid, and their knees are hamburgered. And they all said, "You better quit doing this. I'm telling you right now, you're going to pay." And I'm like, it'll be all right. You know, when you're 22 or so, you don't think about that stuff.
Yeah, you pay for the dumb stuff you did when you were young. When you get older, it comes back to it's like a loan you take out with interest, and you just ignore it for 20, 30 years.
For 25 years.
It's like a balloon payment. It's like, oh, yeah. Oh, you did that. Okay.
Yeah, balloon payment.
Okay. Yeah, you're going to need a new horse.
You'll pay the price as you're older when you can actually go out and do stuff again, because you got the kids raised and everything. But thank goodness for knee replacements. I guess they do shoulder replacements and stuff also, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And the crazy thing nowadays is I found out that they basically scan your joints, and they can use a 3D printer to like basically make a new joint that's just like perfectly matched to your old joint.
Really?
Yeah, it's like they use 3D technology to model your bone to make
That's interesting.
And make the joints to match your joints.
So it's almost like doing a 3D scan, and then they manufactured the artificial knee.
Exactly. What I can't figure out is how do they differentiate between all the arthritis and the bone?
Yep.
Like, how do you know what's what?
Yeah, when you look at your knee in the X-ray and it looks like it's all mushroomed out, and they explain to you, "Oh no, that's all arthritis right there. The bone's not mushroomed like that, but it looks like it."
Exactly.
Where my right one, the top of the bottom part of the knee, I guess, whatever below the kneecap there, it was actually mushroomed out from all the years of playing ball without a meniscus in there. It actually had mushroomed out some, which is why he wanted to replace it when I was 38, when I tore the other one up. I thought he was just wanting to get the money for why he was in there doing the ACL on the left one. I figured he was wanting to double dip and get a knee replacement on the other. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And get two surgeries at the same time. But
well, they did.
Because my mom had them, I knew that they only last so long.
Yeah, when I went back to an orthopedic surgeon and had mine looked at after I retore the repaired ACL, they did an MRI and they said that he said he couldn't tell if it was a full tear or just a partial tear. And his quote to me was, "We won't be able to tell that until we get in there." And I was like, "Well, let's get you scheduled." And I'm like, "How about no? I'm not ready for you to go back in there and go through what I went through the first time.
Yeah.
I'm just going to wear a brace and deal with it for now."
Yeah.
So I figure by the time I finally decide to quit having it hurt and go do something about it, they'll probably do a knee replacement at that point.
How old are you?
I just turned 50 this year.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say I made it till 50 or 49, 50 on my right one, but it had been bad for 30 some years. You know what I mean? But they only last so long because my mom had one done, and then eventually it wore out, so she had to have another one done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And knowing that is why I told him at 38 that there was no way I was going to do it, because it would, if I lived to be 80, I'd have to have two other ones done probably.
Hey, good morning, that fishing channel.
Hey, fishing channel, good morning.
Man, I hope I ain't falling apart like you old farts.
Dude, all I can tell you is take care of your knees. That's the biggest piece of advice to a young person.
Yep.
Knees and eyes.
Yep, neither one of mine worked good.
So I shouldn't have looked up at the shoulder clips. God.
Don't forget that back.
Oh yeah, I'm just fortunately I'm so blessed. I've never had a back issue, especially climbing telephone poles, because there was a lot of guys that I worked with that climbed poles that after doing it for so many years, most of them ended up with back injuries because that the belt kind of hangs at your hips, when you're leaning back. And two guys I know had back surgeries and never worked again. And I was like, that's not going to happen to me.
Well, I once again, I won the genetic lottery on that one too. I had degenerative disc disease in my back.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Nope.
Yeah.
Double whammy.
Dad's back was good until the cancer got part of it. And then my mom, she's got a bad back, has had for years and years. So I'm hoping I got Dad's genetic on the back thing, maybe. Because, I mean, I've hurt my back, before where you'd be almost bedridden for a week or so. And I'm like, man, I could not imagine living with this every day. There's no way.
Mm-hmm.
I would pray every day for God to come and take me. And it's so horrible. My mom had that bad back and lived in pain for 30 some years. And then they put the pain pump in, and all of a sudden she can actually get up and do things. 6 months later, she starts going blind.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
It was heartbreaking. She was crushed, just because now she's healthy as far as that goes. With the pain pump, her back, she can get up and do things, and now she can't do much.
Yeah.
Look at that. I got a yard again. Heck yeah. I had a swamp in the backyard yesterday. Now, it wasn't a swamp; it was a lake.
Man,
I heard on the news day we had 3 inches of rain.
I think we've had that in Chattanooga. It's been raining the last couple of days, but they still ain't giving us any water below the dam because they're trying to get the lake up.
Yeah, my yard was.
Stonefly said he had back surgery in 2006 and had 2 discs out fused together. Took 2 discs out and fused together.
Huh.
Man,
Same here.
were
I've
you
had 2 back
shorter
surgeries.
afterwards? Are you shorter after they do that?
Can you still? I mean,
Yes.
Stonefire, is your back okay now as far as pain and being able to do stuff? I'm sure you still have pain, but not as bad as it was. Or I guess I'm asking, are you limited in what you can do now because of it? And the best part is medical technology advances every year, so someday they're going to be able to do, replacements of disc and spine and stuff, like not the actual spine itself, but the bones and stuff.
But nowadays, the cool thing is they're doing so many things like, what they call that, orthoscopically, where they don't have to cut you wide open. They go into a small incision.
Yep.
And
like
it's
they did my
less
shoulder.
invasive. Yeah, less invasive, and you recover quicker with less pain.
Yep. My left shoulder, they done that way. My right one, they had to cut open because it was trashed so bad. And the recovery and pain is exactly right. It wasn't, the left one wasn't half as bad. I mean, I didn't even have to take pain medication for it hardly.
A lot of heart surgeons are actually doing bypasses and valve replacements and stuff orthoscopically now. It's crazy. They can go in through your ribs and not have to cut your sternum open.
Well, I'll tell you, if you think about it, what's the word I'm looking for? For instance, if you're a heart surgeon, I mean, you're basically holding someone's life in your hands at that point.
Man, I'm telling you.
There is no margin for error, I guess, is what I'm thinking.
Nope.
I had a friend of mine, his dad went in for what they called a routine heart surgery that wasn't real serious. You know what I'm talking about? They said it was a routine one, that there shouldn't be no issues. And evidently the doctor slipped or something and cut the guy's heart, and he died.
Oh my gosh.
They tried to cover it up. And one of the people in the operating room, I think, came out and told the truth about it. But the doctor come out and to the family and didn't say nothing, but, I'm sorry he didn't make it. We had some complications.
Yeah.
Instead of saying, hey, I screwed up and accidentally killed your father.
Yeah, it's it's amazing that someone did that in the surgery team, because I imagine there's a silence.
Disclosures, yeah. And it's kind of like the blue thing the police have or whatever, because when they went to a lawyer, the lawyer said in Indiana it's really hard to do a malpractice suit because you cannot get another doctor to testify against the other doctor, that they just won't do it. And without it, you have no case.
Yeah, I imagine if you testify.
It was like when I had my back surgery now, that last one, the doctor accidentally nicked one of my nerves. And they can't fix that. Okay. And now on my right leg, from my knee on the side of my calf to half my foot is numb permanently.
I think they should pass a law in Congress that all surgeries should be videotaped, or be, there should be a recording of the procedure and everything that's going on. Then you wouldn't have any problem if it came to a malpractice suit. You're not going to need another doctor to testify. You got the video right there to prove it.
Well,
it'll never get passed, but it'd be a good law.
Well, he was a good doctor. He come out and told my wife what happened. And they said, we won't know anything until he wakes up and gets the feeling. And they asked me how I was doing. I said, well, for some reason, my foot's numb.
Fishing Channel, you had 3 surgeries on your hand? I know hand surgery is really, really complicated because I've got that thing where there's like a tissue that fuses to your bones in your hand and it starts drawing your fingers in. You know what I'm talking about?
My pastor's got that. He's had 3 hand surgeries too because of it. It's like it starts. You start getting the claw.
Exactly. And I got one finger that's doing it, and there's like a big, a ridge almost of bumps you can feel below the finger there.
Huh.
And I just noticed that when I open my hand up, that finger is starting to bend in.
Yeah, I forget what they call it, but
It's the same
said
thing
several
they do
surgeries.
you have on your feet, plaster fasciitis or something like that. I can't think of how you pronounce the name.
Plantar
But
fasciitis.
yeah, the
Yeah, on your toe.
doctor told me, he showed me like a picture thing of the breakdown of the hand and everything and how complicated the tendons and stuff in your hands are.
Oh, and
And
all
what
them little
that stuff
bones.
does, it's almost like little hair fingers that start wrapping around the tendons in your hand and start, basically overtaking them and pulling them
Wow.
towards them.
Said he's had a cart
Con-
con-
contracture.
for 29 years.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
man, the body is
It's an
talking about
amazing.
nerve damage, Rustic. That's what they told me. Like even 7 months later, I still have nerve pain in my chest from where they go in there and basically when they take those mammary arteries out of your chest, which is what they use for 2 of the bypass grafts.
Yeah.
They basically fillet your chest back.
Yeah.
And it kills all those nerves. And they said that was what was going to take the longest. That I'd still have pain, for a good. And some people have it for years afterwards because those nerves grow back so very slowly.
Yeah.
Once they damage
Yeah.
them, then it takes a long time for nerves to grow back.
Yeah. They did mine when I was 35 and I'm 55 now, and it's still numb. And sometimes it gets so numb, like that right leg, I broke that ankle twice because I couldn't feel it when I stepped wrong.
Wow.
And it's still numb. And sometimes it eases up, and sometimes it gets so numb that uh, when the nerve starts to get active, it feels like somebody hit me in the foot with a stun gun.
Yeah, if you think about the
But
human
I
body,
asked the
it's a
doctor, I
pretty
said,
amazing
"What'd you do?
thing.
Nick it or cut it in two?"
Yeah.
But yeah, he told me, he said that'll probably be numb for the rest of my life. He said it might ease up some, but it'd be numb. And
Really?
sometimes it does ease up, but the biggest part of the time it's so numb that you can't. Like I'll have a horsefly one time land on it and bite me, and this lady slapped it. We was at the campground, and I said, "What'd you slap me for?" She goes, "You don't see all that blood?"
No
No, I
kidding.
I
didn't feel
figured you
that.
made a pass at it or something, Rusty.
Yeah,
That's why she spanked you. She just didn't want to
flirting
say
with
it
me.
out in front of everyone else, so she said it was a horsefly. She was being nice to you.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I never
Horsefly.
knew that horsefly.
Good. Yeah, I have sciatic. I have a pink sciatic nerve in my lower back, and I don't have any feeling from basically my hip down to my toes. So I have cut myself on the leg or burnt myself and not even realized it because of that sciatic nerve. I basically have a nerve block in my right leg. Yeah.
You have nerve damage like that. Doesn't it kind of feel like that area's asleep? Like, you sleep wrong on something and you wake up and it feels like it's asleep or whatever. Is
Yeah,
that what
that's
it
what
feels like?
sciatica kind of feels like. Numbness, tingling,
Yeah.
sometimes painful.
Wow.
I'll tell you something I've discovered recently though that's helped me a lot with my sciatica, and it's weird. I take a tennis ball or like a racket ball and sit on it, like, and find that where that nerve is kind of going through those muscles in the gluteus maximus, and kind of roll it around, and it helps relieve. I'm sitting on one right now, actually.
Stonefly, yes, exactly. My doctor told me on that when he said, "Well, you're sitting on the toilet too long." I said, "Well, maybe I'm reading an article and I don't want to get up or something."
Hey, if you see me sitting on a ball, just mind your own business.
I was going to say, yeah, I'm not going to ask. I would be way, way too intrusive.
I carry it with me everywhere I go now. I even carry it on a boat.
Yeah, that's interesting. And if you put it in a certain place, it actually relieves that
Yep,
part of the nerve. Interesting.
it
Yeah.
it massages that. You have all, just like your foot or your hand. You have all these muscles in your around your hip and in your butt from walking and stuff, and those muscles get tight and put pressure on that nerve, and just sitting on a ball and rolling around will actually give you some relief.
Yes, don't fly. My mom had one of those. Yeah, they actually left my mom's in when they put the pain pump in. Even they left that stimulator in her back. It's still there.
Huh.
Rustic, you must be in a bad area, buddy. You got the little white spinny thing.
Wide spinny thing.
Yeah, what did your doctor say, Stonefly, about the leaving it in there?
That's right, Danny.
Yeah, don't ask, don't tell. Yep.
Don't ask, don't tell.
I gotta go pee. If Rustic pops up, tell him I'll get him in there as soon as I get back. Okay, I'll be right back, okay?
About a quarter, 15 grand. Wow. 4,000 haven't taken out in dead battery. Huh. That's interesting. You heading into work, Eric?
I'm already at work.
Huh?
I'm at work.
Oh, that's right. You drive for a living, don't you?
Yep, my window watch. As long as I ain't window licking, I'm good.
How far you got to go today?
That's what them people from Georgia do. They're window lickers.
Yeah, that's right. Daryl's from Georgia. John is from Georgia. There's a pattern there, I think. Hey, Brandon, if you see a love, pull off. I need to pay. Maybe something else. Yeah. Uh, I'm I'm old. Is there? Yeah. I've been dead. Yeah, pull off there. I got to snag me some more coffee pouches too. Yeah, you can get you a good biscuit there, man, and a bag of powdered donuts. We fished that tournament the other night. I think Brandon ate a half a bag of powdered donuts and about 12 Monster Energy drinks and about a dozen Dr. Pepper cream sodas. And I'm like, dude, you just ate like 5 million carbohydrates. They said he went home slept like a baby. Not me. I'd be wired until next Tuesday. My mom could sit and drink coffee all day long and go to sleep and sleep fine. But if I drink a cup of coffee within 5 hours or more, I can't sleep. It has that effect on me. Hey, good morning, Dale Hayslip.
Dale, down the road, dear.
Oh dear. We don't want to see you hit a deer live, Eric.
Yeah. So most people hope for, I guess.
Hey, good morning, Dave Balls Wrath.
Go viral. The deer flying across the road.
Man, we hit one a couple of years ago in our Camry, just about totaled it. That was the craziest thing in the world, man.
Man, I ran over one on my way home. J-Dog does. Stupid Kentucky deer.
Them darn Kentucky deer.
Yeah.
Dumb deer down there
I
in
hit one. I hit one in a brand new company van once.
David.
Hey, have y'all seen that? Have y'all seen that picture on Facebook going around with the? It says, "Here's why deer's eyes are on the side of their head instead of the front." It's the creepiest looking thing. It's like an alien. Somebody photoshopped the eyes of a deer and put them on the front of their head.
No kidding.
Morning, Tim.
I know it makes a really weird noise that you'll never forget when you hit one of them.
All I heard was the sound of crunching metal and brakes.
Well, the one I hit, I didn't see it coming, and it was like 6:30 in the morning, and literally it's a brand new company van, didn't even have 1,000 miles on it, and I know all I heard was boom, and my first thought was, God, I hope that wasn't a human being I just hit, because I never seen it.
Well, we were loaded up headed to church. Dana was in the passenger seat, and my two girls and my niece were all in the back seat. There was a carload full when we hit that deer. And I pulled my gun out of the glove box and went walking down the embankment to make sure it was out of its misery.
Yeah.
And man, its neck was broken. That deer's head was touching its butthole, and I was like, "Well, it's gone."
Yeah.
I mean, it broke its neck.
Yeah, when I hit it, killed it instantly too.
Yeah, there wasn't no reason to put a bullet in it. It was gone.
And it actually didn't hurt that van much at all. Just it little center punched it with the front bumper.
And man, nowadays they built everything out of plastic. There were shards of plastic all over that Camry. The whole passenger side light housing was just smashed to smithereens, and the radiator busted, and the bumper all
really
jacked up. Yeah, man, they almost totaled it, but they didn't. They repaired it.
Hey, good morning, Dale Hayslip, Dave, and Roger. How are y'all? So, what are you guys going catfishing today, or skipjack fishing?
They're going out to scope spots.
Well, that's what I was wondering if they were just going out to scope spots for tomorrow.
You're not supposed to chump your spots. Remember that.
Who said there's no law against chumming? Come on.
I didn't even know you could do it for catfish, to be honest with you. I know you can do it for carp. Usually in a lake, though, so the current doesn't wash it all away.
Is there a rule about chumming?
I believe so.
Hey, Jeff, Bill, what are you talking about there, buddy? Do-it-yourself showcase. I'm going to have to make a note of that.
I mean, you have to go in Palmetto and look at the handbook. I'm pretty sure there is.
Yeah, I think they said something in their rule book about no chumming.
Well, where we're going, there's too much flow to chum, so we ain't got to worry about that.
Yeah, I was going to say, unless it's still water, there ain't no sense in them anyway.
I don't see it. Is that it? Yeah, there it is.
I suppose you could make some kind of metal cage thing or something, screen type cage, and put, fish meat and sit in there and sink it to the bottom or something. It wouldn't drift away.
That's why Danny catch no fish. He stopped chumming.
Now we know the secret.
Well, essentially, he's chumming the whole time he's fishing. I mean, one piece at a time.
Throwing all them zombie carp out there for chum.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about taking a drive around and look at rivers today because, man, I'm telling you, they got to be higher than I've ever seen them, I'd imagine.
Yeah. All right, guys, we're gonna jump down out of here. We're gonna go in to make a pit stop here in the Loves.
I thought
Empty
you
out
was
and
getting
fill
ready
up.
to turn on the secret road or something there. I don't know why
Nah,
Rustic
we'll be on the road a minute.
he must be in a dead zone or something.
Alabama International Dragway. How about that?
Okay, now I
High
can
tech,
find
man.
out where you're at.
We're somewhere in
That's
Alabama.
right, John.
Number 2 off the boat. That's only if you're fishing for carp.
I ain't number 2 and off the boat.
Nope. And I done
I'm number 2 in the
seen
bucket, then dumping it
a
off the
good
boat.
thing for peeing off the boat instead of trying to stand over the edge or whatever. You take one of them big wiffle ball bats that's like real fat at one end or whatever, the plastic ones. Just cut the top and the bottom off, and you got a long funnel. And you just stand there and hold the funnel over the side of the boat. You ain't got to try to get all close to the edge. And chum in the water. Like I said, I never heard of that for catfish before. Only for carp. I know you do it for carp.
Keep them in that area. If you keep
Oh
putting food
yeah,
in
I
that
know for
area,
carp
they're
they
going
do
to
it
keep
all the
coming
time.
back.
What are you gonna do, Roger? Go fishing in Alabama, or I got some people in Alabama. Well, you just reach it down the water and rinse it out, you knuckle brain. It's better than peeing on the side of the boat on the side of the boat. When you're fat like me, you got to be real careful about getting too close to the edge. And I'm talking like a V bottom, deep V or something, where you're standing there and the rail, is about thigh high or something like that. That's the kind I'm talking about.
I don't have that problem. I'm not short, and I don't have a weak stream.
Good morning, 205. Well, I'm not 30 neither. Sorry.
I'm not 30. I wish I was.
I'm 60. It's all downhill when it comes to peeing from here on out for me. Sea Arc tournament next Saturday. Cool.
Oh, you going down, Mark?
Little Weenie
Roger,
Pin.
you down, Mark?
Now you're following where I'm headed, John. Exactly. That's why I made a big funnel and I don't have to worry about it. And I'd probably still miss most of it anyway. Who am I kidding? Yep. I sure pissed people off this morning. I'm sorry, but I'm having a bad week. And so, welcome to the other side of me, I reckon.
You know, you feed whatever dog food you want because it doesn't matter.
About 6 years,
As
John,
long
to
as
be
your
honest
dog's
with you.
wagging their tail, it doesn't matter what kind of food you're
Yeah.
feeding it. As long as it's eating, still wagging its tail, who gives a shit?
Yeah, just not the week for me to be on live, actually, to be honest with you. You ever heard the term getting a case of the fuckets? I've got a whole semi full of it right now.
Menopause?
No, it's a case of the fuckets where I literally don't care.
I guess I'm like that all the time because I don't fucking care all the time. I just got
Iced
to laugh.
tea,
I laugh at
medium
myself.
jug, cut the top off, but not the handle. Hey, that makes pretty good. That's a pretty good idea too there, Jeff. I like that. But the funnel idea works real well for because it's you can just rinse it out in the water and stick it down in the rod holder place or whatever. Don't need that confusion. Yeah, buddy. Yep, now I got 2 rustics. Let's move one. I'm out of here. See what happens. There we go. Rustic, I don't know what's wrong, brother. Something's going on.
Turn that face massager off, Rustic.
I don't know if you're going to be live tonight or not, John. Didn't you say something about you're going to go give some lessons or something today that may run into night because the bite's good in the evening time? Yeah, send Rustic a message.
Creek went up, went down, and it came right back up.
Yeah, I can see my yard again. I'm pretty stoked about that. And the septic system's working fine, it seems. So I thought I was going to have it pumped out this weekend. And that's probably some money I ain't got right now, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, you got water standing in the ditches there, don't you? Yeah.
Saying they're saying it's supposed to. Damn, but the creek's back up.
Terry Rustic's back.
They're saying it's supposed to be nice tomorrow, and chance to rain Sunday evening. And Monday it's not supposed to rain, and then it's supposed to rain the rest of the damn week.
Really? I hope not, because there's nowhere else for the water to go here anymore. It's something. I think the news said here it was going to be in the high 70s this weekend. I don't know if I'm ready for that.
I think he said 3.5 minutes already. That's what he said this morning. That's crazy. Still at the beginning of April.
We had the news said we had 3 inches yesterday. Yeah, I was like, that's what she said.
What your average rainfall is for the month?
Yeah.
We're 3 inches over that the average for April already.
Oh, I'll bet we are too. Now she mentioned it. It's raining right now. There's mist, and it's not really rain. It's more of a mist. Deck's all wet. But the reservoir that I go to over there, Summit Lake, it's down about 10 feet. So the rain actually for it isn't a problem. It would help bring it up some, I hope. Unless for some reason they still got the thing open.
I still got it open. Who knows?
And it's not a real big one at the end of the lake there. You know what I mean? It's not like, a big reservoir that has the spillway going down the other side and stuff. It's just a little bitty, almost like a big pipe.
Our reservoir is still, I guess a few people fishing on Saturday. But I know I like fishing and all, but love my Buckeyes and the spring games on Saturday.
Hey DHA, good morning. It's good to see you. Hey Jeff, I hope I get the notification. I mean, I got you set on my notification, so I hope I see it when it comes through.
When's Notre Dame's spring game? Do they have one?
Notre Dame? I don't know. I have to, yeah, that's it. The Buckeyes, the Ohio State Buckeyes. I don't know. I know they have a game in Ireland this year. Maybe the first game of the year or something. I can't remember.
Poor deer can't run across the creek or nothing right now, so they're stuck out in the fields.
Oh yeah, I bet they could get stuck as deep as that mud is. You imagine running off the road right now? That truck would sink it'd sink all the way to the bottom of the truck was flat on the mud.
Yeah, heavy as this damn thing is.
Yeah, I don't know when I'll get to mow again unless the sun comes out or something, because my backyard was a lake. It's good now, but I bet if you out there and walk, it's probably real mushy and water standing still. Under the grass you can't see.
I didn't hear you. Does Notre Dame have a spring game?
I don't know. I have to look because I
Sure, they
only do.
probably do have a spring scrimmage.
Yeah, I'm
'Cause I know
pretty
we
sure they
are. It'll
do.
be live, I think, on Fox. I think they're having our Ohio State be on Fox this
Yeah.
weekend.
When I
Because
first
you know,
got
Ohio
divorced,
State's the Ohio State.
I was started dating this lady, and her dad was a cameraman that filmed on the field for Notre Dame, and he filmed the practices and stuff. And had I hung around long enough, she would have been able to get me to be the guy that carries his cord and wraps it up and unwraps it. You know what I mean, on the field during the game. But I just wasn't into her enough to stay all
Yeah, I
summer and
heard
go into
about that.
fall.
Congressman, who was up there? Chip Kelly?
Oh, all right, DHA. Y'all ain't had all that. Have y'all had any of that rain we got? If so, the bank may be in the parking lot.
That's probably what I'll be watching. Be watching football. A huge Buckeye fan.
I suppose that's only on your local Fox that's on. I'll have to look here. I don't think it's on here.
It probably is.
I got to see where Supercross is this weekend. Come think of it, I think they're coming back east this weekend, and they supposedly got the next 3 races or whatever are in open stadiums instead of domes, which is I don't know why they would schedule it like that in the spring, but could turn into a big mud race. Yeah, DHA, that's what you ought to do is set up a camera and just turn it on, go live. You don't even have to pay attention to it. Just let it be on back behind you while you're fishing. Friday. We'll sell you the whole seat, but you're only going to need the edge.
Oh, yeah. Slipped down 22. So it is ripping.
Have you run into any closed roads yet where you had to turn around?
Oh, yeah. I did that
Really?
last week. Remember, I was on your, I think I
Yeah,
was on,
I remember now. Yeah,
turned around, but it was pretty close.
that goofy lady that comes and gets dad a shower called me on the phone yesterday and said, I just went through some really, really deep water and now my service engine light's on. And I was like,
Oh,
what are
shit.
you doing driving through deep water? Are you kidding me?
And when you're in deep water like that, you let off the gas, it sucks that water right up in your exhaust pipe.
Yes, it does. I remember when Justin was a little kid, I went dirt bike racing one time,
Yeah.
and
Was it Tuesday that I had to go to Ray, Ohio?
I don't remember.
It was Monday or Tuesday. I had to go to Ray and I had to go drive through flooded water. Needless to say, I got to go back there again today. But it looks like I'll probably be taking the long way because I'm not going driving through that because I guarantee you that water is deeper than what it was.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it stopped raining for 2 days and then it came right back.
Yeah.
I know they were showing pictures of Portsmouth. I don't know if you know where it is, but the raceway down there, it was over the buildings.
No kidding.
Yeah. The little Portsmouth raceway they got down there.
Yeah.
Like, that's nuts. Eric River is at 30.5 right now.
34.5, yeah.
I got to go Gallup List 2 today, so.
Oh man, Mr. Woodpecker's out there at it this morning. I can hear him in here with the door closed. He's going hard. Well, the grass is nice and green right now.
At least you can see it. It's not
Yeah.
underwater.
Yeah, I was waiting for it to get daylight so I could see how much, and it's all the way back down to the regular pond now.
That's good.
Yeah, my firewood pile was underwater, so that kind of sucks.
Yeah.
But it's just for my bonfire I'm gonna have in the fall. Justin and the kids came over last year. We had a little bonfire and they camped out and everything because they're young and they can camp out when it gets cold at night, unlike my old butt. My grandson was like, "You gonna sleep in the tent?" And I was like, "I love you with all my heart, but no, not tonight. I will not be able to get out of bed. I won't even be able to get up off the mattress in the morning."
Yep, that's the problem. I'm not a camper. I'm a glamper. I need a bed.
Yeah. I used to have it set up pretty good in my little SUV when I'd go dirt bike racing. I had the bed and stuff set up in the back of it, and then I had my easy up with the sides. So it was almost like a patio off the back of the truck, and it worked real well. And I got, I don't even know what you call them, but these mats that you unroll them and they got like an air valve in the end of them, and you open the valve and it's got like, I don't know, some kind of foam pad in it, but after you unroll and open that valve, it expands up to about 3 inches thick, and then you close the valve.
Like
And
a yoga mat or something.
It's sort of would be like a yoga mat material type thing, but it's a camping pad, and whatever the material membrane is inside there's somehow it expands in the air. So you unscrew the end of it and it expands up to about 3 inches thick, and then you screw the cap back tight and it won't come out. So it's not actually an air mattress or anything like that. Hey, good morning, Danimals. But if I put two of them together on this little cot thing I got that actually folds up into a little bag that's about 2 foot tall, and I slept on it for a week, going on a motorcycle ride one time, and it's awesome. It is so comfortable.
You remember where you got it?
I can find out. I got it online from Amazon. They're awesome. I'm telling you, they're
just saying that way you can share the link out there and share
yeah.
the
Well, I'll look it up and I'll let you know, because I'm telling you, I got one mat that has two tubes like on the side of it that you blow up so you don't roll off the cot type thing, you know what I'm talking about. And then them on top of it. And I mean, you can crawl on it on your knees and your knees don't touch the grounds. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not a camper. I'm a glamper.
Yeah, Stonefly. I had to help my nephew move one of them in. And have you ever tried to move one of them after you're, like, say you have it set up in a room and you're going to move out of that house to another one? You try to move one of them big foam mattresses. Oh my God. It takes two people because it flops around, but those are awesome memory foam. And that's kind of like what this pad is. But when you get ready to put it up, you just undo the air cap at the end and you start rolling it up and squishing it as you go, and it flattens that mat back out again. When I was taking a motorcycle trip on the Moto Guzzi, I was going to go up Michigan, across the UP, and back down through Wisconsin and stuff. And so I spent about a year researching my camping stuff, my tent especially. And I hate camping in a tent and getting wet. Nothing worse than having water get in your tent. So I researched, and I found this tent. It's like a little 2-man type tent thing. It's not too bad. I could stand up in it, but I'm short. And it was kind of expensive, but the Moto Guzzi broke down, my 1984 Moto Guzzi, so I had to hang out for a week until the weekend, and my friend got off work and brought a Sprinter van up and got me, and we loaded up wherever. Well, I set this tent up, and I'm about maybe 3 miles from the coast of Lake Michigan, and this storm come through one night. It rained so hard for about an hour and a half. I mean, one of them rains you look out and you can't see across the field or nothing. And not a drop of water got inside that tent. In fact, when I opened it, it has a little patio type thing on the front too. When I opened it and looked out, there was water running around the tent, but everything inside the tent was dry. And I remember thinking to myself right then, worth every penny. Glad I took the time to find it, because all my gear and everything was dry, and me. It's the only tent I ever had that I didn't get wet in. Yep, I had it. I had the tent, the little cot, and the 2 pads all rolled up and in a bag and fit on the back of the motorcycle, along with all my other gear. I had way too much gear, I know that. It was my first, long distance motorcycle trip, so I learned a lot. I can't even remember what the name of that tent is. I still got it. I know I went through the reviews, both bad and good, on every tent I looked at. You know what I mean? To try and make sure I was getting what I was looking for, and there weren't any bad reviews on this tent. None. Eight animals. I think my son has one sort of like that, because he was telling me about it. I didn't see it, but they bought it and went camping, and he said, "Dude, I'm telling you, this thing pops right up." I'm like, "Really?" Oh yeah. Oh, Roger, make sure. I know they got poured on the first year, I think it was, and got soaked in some of them tents. You're a pretty big guy, aren't you? That's the only problem with that tent I bought. It's not super big, but for me, because I'm small, it was okay. And
Who'd you say is big guy? Roger?
isn't he kind of,
Roger
well,
ain't big.
everybody's big to me. I'm 5'7". You know what I mean?
Roger's probably about the same height. He ain't very tall.
Yeah, the animals. I bet my son has something very similar to it, because that's what he said. He said, "Man, this thing sets up in a minute or two at the most." And I think his is like a 6-person with, it's got like 2 rooms in it. The main room you walk in, then one to set your beds and stuff in, something like that. I haven't seen it. Good morning, Daniel Stone. How are you today?
Oh man, doing pretty good. Hey, this is that new factory I'm working on building right now. Look how big this sucker is.
I was gonna say that ain't where you work at.
Look at that.
Jeez.
Now, yeah, we're building this. This is one of the new factories we're building.
And
But,
they built a aluminum can factory here this last year, and it's long like that. Here, hold on. I keep forgetting you can do the solo thing. Hold on. I'm not good at all this stuff. Oh yeah.
Dude, they build cabinets here. Hey, check it out. I just hooked up all these. I don't know if you can see them giant propane tanks or not.
Yeah.
Okay. I just got done plumbing those the other day. Look how big this building is. Dude, we built this thing from scratch, dude.
Yeah, no doubt. Look how
Look at that. I'm turning. This building covers 15 acres.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wonder how long it is.
I used to know. I don't keep up with that crap.
It's a quarter mile long, probably. It's about a quarter mile.
It's pretty. You don't want to walk from one end to the other. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I was going to say that's one of them factories that have the little carts in them for the tool guy to drive stuff down from one end to the other and things.
Well, the boss is going turkey hunting, so everybody's in the parking lot eating sausage, egg, and cheese biscuits.
Yep. I know that can factory, the biggest part of it is the storage area. It's huge.
Well,
whatever
the building I just showed you, they've got 12 of those. This is this is number 12.
No kidding. Jeez.
Yep.
Yeah, there's nothing longer than Danny's fishing rods is factory.
Yeah.
Buddy, you ready to go out? Where are you at? I hear you. There you are, my puppy.
Yeah.
My little guy. Go outside.
They're probably one of, if not the biggest cabinet manufacturing company in the United States.
I know that can factory. My neighbor, before I moved, got a job there, and they were sending him and I don't know, like 50 or 60 other people to Sweden for a couple months to train.
Yeah.
And I'm like, heck, I'd take the job just to go to Sweden for a couple months, and then when I get back, never mind. I don't want to work here. I just want to go to Sweden.
I ain't traveling to no more foreign countries. Had enough of that crap.
Yep, if you can't get there by driving, I'm not going. I did too when I was in the service.
Well, I'll tell you right now, in other countries, they don't like Americans.
Yep, if it requires a passport, I'm not going. Quit that. I'm sitting here. Probably
just stay right here where I'm Get America.
Yep, if you can't get there via vehicle, I'm not going. And if it requires the passport, I'm not interested. Don't even ask. I don't even have a passport.
Yeah, I may take off work early today because I got that tournament tomorrow morning, and I got zero game plan going on right now.
It's the best kind. You'll probably win.
You got zero spots, gentlemen?
Dude, the Mississippi River is blowed out.
No doubt.
Everything from here to the Ohio River right now is blowed out. Everything.
I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Danny, you can't never be happy. Lunch is.
I'm always happy. Hey, no, I'm always happy. I just never have no plan of what I'm doing. What are you doing?
Hey,
I don't know. We'll wing it.
Game plan. We don't need no sticking game
plans. You never have
plans.
to worry about breaking it.
Yeah, I like winging it too. It's nice not to have a game plan or no itinerary, and you just kind of go with the flow.
Well, I can tell you now, Danny, the water ain't gonna get no lower because it just keeps raining up here.
Yeah,
I know the Ohio killing me, man.
Every river from where I'm at in north central Indiana to the Ohio River right now is out of the banks. Every one of them. Hey, Terry B, how are you?
All the rivers and all the creeks here in Ohio are like that.
Yep. Half of it came from my backyard. It flooded all the rivers, just draining out. It got within 15 feet of the deck last night before it quit.
They're making it even harder on me. Jerry Parker's up straight throwing logs and trees in the water. I think J-Dog's over in Ohio throwing logs and trees in the water because I'm right down below both of them.
So, yeah, they're out there with a chainsaw cutting them down.
They are.
Well, let's be glad it ain't cars.
Yeah.
Oh man. Hey, good morning, Chadwick. You still on vacation? Or you guys headed home today? See you, animals.
Well, apparently that girl caught that 101 pounder in the flooded water, in the backwater, water up there.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly where at. But
Yeah, because you can see in the background. Right now, I think that's what I might do.
Okay,
Yep.
Chad, let me know if you're going to go live. I'll hang out with you guys. Well, Coach at one time was sitting there fishing, and he was casting down a gravel road and it flooded up off the river and caught a fish.
Yeah.
Well, what was the coach was out there fishing flooded water? He was catching good fish.
Yep. A&J, sorry about my bad mood this morning, but I just kind of went off a little bit. I apologize.
Yep. So it was coming out of his banks again.
That's all right, NJ. Those tears you have are perfectly understandable, brother. Believe me. Losing a dog's tough. Sometimes it's tougher than losing a human. God knows I like dogs better than most humans on this planet. Look at you just eating breakfast in front of me. You're killing me, Dennis.
Yeah, I love that. I always notice that people like turn their camera off when they're eating and stuff. I don't care.
Yep, I'm with you. The only thing I turn mine off for is when I'm smoking, because a lot of people, have issues with smoking. So I'm at least courteous enough for that, I reckon. But I'm pretty much an asshole on a few lists today, so I don't care.
Is that just today or every day?
No, they got to see the real asshole me today, not the fake asshole. Yeah, I ain't always been a nice person. I'm just playing one on the internet. And, so I was a bad person today. I have to make some apologies. Smoking this.
They'll either forgive you or forget you.
You know what? You're right, Danny, and neither way really matters a lot.
Hey, Buggy.
That's it.
I got enough stuff on my plate people don't know about that I'm allowed to at least have one bad day in the year.
Oh, I'm not carrying that tape measure around today. Forget that.
Exactly, NJ. Now I'm just a nicotine addict. Oh, Palmetto, it's a good time now. Everybody's mellow. You missed Bobcat. They was headed to a super secret fishing spot, so they had to end their live stream before they got there, I think. No, Danny.
I'm gonna get in here and jump on this. I'm gonna jump on this golf cart and drive around until I figure out where I want to work at today.
Exactly.
I'll pick a spot. I can either do. Well, they gave me a list. I can either do electrical, air conditioning, or finish up plumbing up gas lines for the offices. So I got to figure out which one of those is easier.
That's what I was going to say. Whichever one's less labor intensive is the one I would go for.
On a Friday, you know it, and the boss ain't here.
Yep.
We just might have go-kart races today.
Be like, let's do enough work that it looks like we've done a lot, but we really didn't.
Yeah. Well, they got in here last Saturday. Yeah, those guys in here last Saturday got in trouble because they had 6 of the golf carts lined up inside this building. We're racing them inside the building.
I can see that happening. You can't get away with that stuff nowadays with all the cameras. It's not a good idea to try to pull that stuff off.
I ain't installed the cameras yet. They're in that building over there. There ain't none in here. That's the last thing we do is put the cameras up.
We might have accidentally run a forklift into a piece of machinery one time. My buddy was security guarding at this foundry type factory place by the airport one time. And we were in there playing on this really heavy forklift. And yeah, he lost his job.
Well, yeah. I'm going to get off here, man. I just want to pop up and tell you guys good morning. God bless you, and I love you. And we'll see you again real soon.
Tomorrow,
Be
Danny.
safe.
Have fun, buddy.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Misplaced Country Girl. How are you today?
Morning, Denise.
Where'd the principal go? He dropped in and dropped back out. It's all nice and mellow in there now.
Oh.
Oh, hold on, Till. I'll let you back. You just went out to get a treat. You didn't use it back there.
Already know there's a tournament tomorrow, but you know what's better? There's a Buckeye game tomorrow. Spring games tomorrow. Go Buckeyes.
Yeah, I think it's raining still a little bit. Mister. So, guy, what are you doing out there? You ain't eating turds, are you? Come on. Get them turds be.
I still never get why they put a prison right across the street from a school. Still makes no sense to me.
Hold on, I gotta wait on him to come in. I ain't gonna walk back and get treats just for you.
Treats?
Yeah, it's treat time. They went outside.
They just went outside to go outside.
I was gonna show that chocolate brownie thing I bought yesterday, wasn't I, at the bakery?
Oh yeah, you probably already ate it, didn't you?
No, I ate some of it. It's a big square pan. You eat all of it, you'd die.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's good, but it's rich. You can only eat small pieces. Come on, I'll get them for you. Let's go. You're getting ready.
Mom or Pop see it yet?
I'll get the blanket treat. We're going with the regulars now, guys. Sorry.
No school Monday, April 8th. Students last day, May 15th. May 15th, the last day. What the crap? I remember going to school until the first week of June. I think kids should have to go to school all year round. I have to go to work all year round.
There we go, guys. What you expecting to kid in a blanket like here?
Hey, good morning, Chris M. It is a good morning because it's Friday.
Let's see here. How do we do this?
I don't know. What are you doing?
This is what that
you're looking at that.
That's what it is. It's a chocolate brownie with peanut butter and chocolate icing.
Uncle Lou and J Dog convinced you to buy.
It will kill you. Yeah, they're responsible.
I can't believe you listened to them too.
But as you can see, only small pieces has been taken out of it because it's so rich you can't eat it all. Not that I wouldn't try. You don't get this fat by not eating sweets.
Is it better than a strawberry Swiss roll? You must not hurt me.
And that was on top of the dozen blueberry donuts. Which them donuts are like crack.
Hey, is it better than a strawberry Swiss roll?
No, no way, nope. Nothing on earth is better than, man, I'm telling you, those things are the greatest snack on earth.
What is them things that everybody makes, with the little round cakes, and then you put that strawberry stuff on it?
I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about?
Nope.
You put sliced up strawberries. I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah. Strawberry shortcake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's better than them strawberry Swiss rolls.
No, strawberry shortcake is nowhere near better than those. For one, the cake part gets all mushy. The little Debbie strawberry things are just, I can't even explain how good those are.
Yeah, but that's what they're made after, the little strawberry Swiss roll.
Strawberry shortcakes. But yeah, but they're not. I mean, the little Debbie ones are just awesome. That's all I can say. They're awesome. I forgot I got to set an inspection on this house that come in yesterday and figure out how I'm going to pay for my continuing education so I can renew my license in June.
Did you ever do your classes?
No, that's what I was just saying. I got let's see, 14 hours of classes signed up for already. And that's what this thing here is for, is it gives a schedule some live webinar classes I could take if I wanted to, but I think those might be the way to go because you don't have to take a final at the end
Tree
of it.
done fell across the road up here.
Really?
Yep. That's why I'm stuck in traffic.
I don't suppose nobody would get out and drag it out of the way, would they?
I would, but it looks like a
I
pretty big
stopped
tree.
yesterday. There was a big rock about twice the size of a softball sitting in the middle of the lane. And 3 people drove past it. And I was like, somebody ought to stop and pick that up and throw it out of the road. So I figured
There's some
that
people
somebody
getting
would
out
be
now.
me.
There's some people getting out now messing with it, looks like.
Oh, double hook, brother. I'm sorry. I would have never sown that if I'd known that. Licking the pan is Constitution. I agree.
You need a chainsaw. That's too big for him to drag out of the road. Good sized tree.
Yeah, I agree, Palmetto. I take all of them online, but if the ones I take where they're kind of self-paced or whatever, you got to take a final at the end of them. But the online webinars, I've found that you basically just have to be there in the webinar, participate in it,
Oh, there's like 5 or 6
communicate
people out there,
advice,
and they
and then
still
at the
can't
end
move
they
it.
give you the certificate. You don't have to take a final, and those are easier as far as you don't have to do the final. And for instance, a 7-hour class is basically 7 hours on a webinar, where that same 7-hour class on a self-paced type online course takes a little longer, I think. Because you got to complete the quizzes at the end of each chapter, and then at the very end of the class, you got to take a final. And you got to pass it with 80%, I think it is, to get your certificate that showed you took it. And I got to do 28 hours, 27, 28 hours, I think. But they did have a couple in the webinar classes that looked pretty interesting. I mean, because basically the online ones I've been taking, you do the same classes every 2 years. One of them's an update on appraisal law and rules, and the other one's usually, some whatever. Which was the one I was talking about? Appraising complex stigmatized residential properties looks pretty good. And then this one here actually is called Responding to Reconsiderations of Value. And a lot of times, a lender, if you do an appraisal and the value isn't what they want per se, they'll send you a reconsideration of value request. And usually when they send that, they've got to send documentation for the reasoning why they want you to reconsider your value based on their data instead of the data you used. And I like those because 9 times out of 10, the data they send you is flawed, and they're just looking at the final number and not the actual likely compatibility of each home you use as your comparables. Yeah, it's really weird now. The live webinars, I don't know how they would do the final on it. where the online class, I mean, naturally, it's just built into the software. Here's another, probably a pretty decent class. Diversify your appraisal practice with estate appraisals. And this one isn't really a bad one. Measuring 1 to 4 unit residential properties. That's not a bad one. Because sometimes you get those where they'll convert an old house into 3 apartments or whatever, and you got to do you measure and you make your diagram. Well, sometimes it's kind of tough to do because they'll chop them old houses all up. New construction essentials of luxury homes. I try to avoid luxury homes. Where there was one I seen that's going to become more common is valuation of residential solar power. That one there would probably be a good one to take because I think you're going to see that become more common in the next 20 years or so. Let's see if there's any other interesting ones. This one here would probably be an easy one. Learning from mistakes of others, appraisal, disciplinary case studies. That should be an easy one. No, not much math in that one is what I mean by easy. Which, here's one I'm going to take, but it's not going to be part of my CE, is the fundamentals of expert witness testimony. That's a good one right there. If you can get with some lawyers to do like divorce appraisals or whatever, big money. Because if naturally when you're doing a divorce, there's going to be an appraisal from both sides of the case. You know, the husband and the wife are each probably going to have their own appraisals, and that means you're probably going to have to testify in court why your appraisal was more accurate than the other person's, I guess. And when you do that, it's $80 an hour from the time you leave your house until you get back to your house. You could sit through the trial all day long and not even testify, and you still get paid. Oh, you are starting to lift a little bit. That's cool, DHA. Slow, man. Everything in moderation. Yep, everybody just drive past that tree instead of trying to move stuff out of the way. It may not move. Yeah. Yeah. Get your pocket knife out. Let's put him on full screen and see if he gets any of it move. I don't know. It probably won't move. Hook the strap on and pull it out of the way. Yeah, there's some pretty easy ones here that don't look too bad. The 7-hour residential property inspection and appraiser's perspective. Yep, it's still attached. Yeah, I was gonna say hook your strap on it and drag it out of the way. Maybe not. Learning from mistakes of other appraisals. But then again, I can't sign up for something like that. It's got a designated date to it because what if something happens with Pop and then I can't attend it? And then I just spend all that money for nothing. Because each one of them classes is about $200. Here's another company. Hacienda Heights, California. Huh. Dang, look at the backup going the other way.
Yep, it backed up there both ways.
DynastySchool.com. Entry level package with exam prep. These are for. Okay, these aren't continuing edge classes. They're prep classes for your next step in your licensing. The only worst part about taking them classes is trying to stay awake, especially the ones that are math intensive because they're boring. And what is it Barbie says? Math is hard. George of the Jungle, watch out for that tree. Hey, Marilla, remember Tom Slick? He was part of the George of the Jungle package or whatever of cartoons. And I used to remember, they'd always announce the race or whatever before it was going to start. One of them they announced was in Muncie, Indiana, coming live to you from Muncie, Indiana. And I'm like, no way. You're a kid. It's like, no way. That's where I live. George of the Jungle. Friend to you and me. And George of the Jungle had the smoking hot twin chicks, didn't he? The redheads, Ursula and Ursula or something like that. Let's see where we're at on this today. Should be day number 2 of the. It's cloudy everywhere in the world today, I think. Yeah, I can get you down off that thing, I reckon. Yeah, we'll leave you up there. The view's better than looking at me. I was talking yesterday, I got this little book in Prayers from a Non-Believer is what it's called. And it's pretty neat how it's written. It's like this person's an agnostic who doesn't believe in God, and they decided to try to start a relationship with God via writing letters to him about different about his non-belief in him and things like this. It's pretty interesting. And each day it has, there's the different letter. And I thought I would read one of them a day when I do my show. And it's not so much it's not really a religious thing. It's just kind of a pretty neat concept of people of how am I trying to say it? The viewpoint of all right, DHA man. Good luck today on them crappie. You'll be frying fish tonight. I can hear the grease popping and cracking already. So let's see. Wonder what was up with Rustic not having signal this morning when he was driving. I think he was going to the same place he always goes. Just the words "so we can go fishing" sounds like such fun to me right now.
Steve didn't drive his wife's car to work, or he didn't go to work.
Say what, brother?
Said Skip must have drove his wife's car to work, or he didn't go to work today.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, I thought that was a Shoney's there for a minute. I was going to say, no way. I didn't know they were still around. They used to have the best breakfast bar.
Back that way. He ain't doing it today. I tell you that.
Sorry, Mom must have turned the TV up. My bad.
I did hit that tree though.
You hit it?
Yeah.
Going around it?
Yep, go around it. Try to break some of the limb off. That way people can get through easier. You have to go all the way on the other side of the road. So if I was in my pickup, I'd have just tied a rope to it and dragged it out of the road.
Yep.
They would frown upon that. Bad enough I hit it.
Where was that? Let's see. Okay, we'll do day number 2 of the agnostic guy writing letters to God. Dear God, as I mentioned, I'm just trying to show up and see what happens in relationship to you. I've been carrying my agnostic banner for a long time, and then I got the uncomfortable idea that maybe I wasn't so much an agnostic as I was lazy. I hadn't drawn a dignified conclusion of non-belief. I just couldn't be bothered to do the research, so I'm experimenting with you. It's only fair, right? We, this world, are your experiment, aren't we? Do you have a sense of humor? Maybe you do. Baboons with their fire engine red butts is pretty funny. Also, anteaters, sloths, tarantulas. If I weren't afraid of them, that is. Perhaps me. I'm funny too. Middle aged person belatedly thinking, gee, maybe I'd better try doing something around this God thing. Truth is, you're confusing to me. It seems to me. Oh, wait, I lost my page. Hold on. It slipped. Wait a minute. Oh, I skipped over. Is that what? Okay. The truth is, you're confusing to me. It seems to me that making a violet would take a certain amount of care and attention, even tenderness. But at night, that vast swath of stars spewed across all that black, what does that take? Perhaps a grandiose indifference? Maybe the coldness that numbers seem to imply? But maybe not to you. It occurred to me that in trying to know you, explore your mind, if you can be said to have such a thing as a mind, I may actually get to know my own. That perhaps is not such a bad thing. Dear God, full disclosure, I'm only undertaking these prayers as an experiment at the suggestion of a friend. I've not had any spiritual awakening and frankly doubt I ever will. My friend, who is a bit perky and even new age, if you ask me, suggested I try thinking of you as an invisible playmate. In light of things like death and the Holocaust, that maybe me feel like I was trying to talk to an invisible bully. Will I get struck by lightning for saying that? As I've said from the beginning, I don't officially believe in you. even though logic seems to say something must have made all this. It's funny how I cannot believe in you and still blame you. That's interesting. I
Put a
guess
little
I
scratch
think of
on him.
you a bit like God the Father after all. You know how kids always blame their parents. But I do not think I want a parent child relationship with you. I'm not sure I want any relationship, to be honest. But I do wonder if I might not be late to the party. Maybe we've already got a relationship and I'm just pretending we don't. Kind of like, all right, I put my arm around you at the movie, but it didn't mean anything. So don't get carried away. Don't get me carried away, God. These letters don't mean I'm your new best friend. I'm just thinking about you, if there is a you, that is. Funny how just entertaining that possibility makes it seem somehow possible. Do you think prayers is the Do you think prayers the grease slide of faith? Which I don't. I have to think about that one. But anyway, that's the gist of what the book is. And I know it's not for everybody, but I thought it was interesting as in the concept of the guy doesn't believe in him, so he's reaching out to communicate with him as this fictional being that created everything in his opinion, and to see if he can maybe learn something from it. I don't know. It just seemed interesting to me. Mama's right. Mama's always right, dude. You kidding me? And if mama's not right, a smart man agrees with her anyway. If you plan on eating good food for the rest of the week, that is. I need cooking lessons, by the way, like desperately. My cooking is so horrible. I can even mess up stove top or hamburger helper. I mean, how do you mess up hamburger helper? I done it yesterday. And God bless my lying parents because they said it was good. And I was like, y'all don't have to lie. I ate it too. But tonight we have ribs. And I don't mess ribs up. Those I do all right. I think one of the hardest things is deciding what sides you have with that main part of the meal. You know what I mean? I don't know what goes with what because I never really paid attention. And if you pull up like recipes online or whatever, they all use all this stuff that I don't have. You know, a pinch of iron newt, and you want to throw in a little bit of this seasoning and that seasoning. It's like, well, I don't have those. Where do I get them at? But I'm trying to make sure that they get at least one decent meal a day of what's the word, a well-rounded meal at least once a day is what I'm shooting for. But when you suck at cooking, it's kind of hard to do. You're fixing hamburger helpers we speak. No way, dog. Cool. I got the new basil panini or whatever. That is actually not bad, to be honest with you. I mean, it's actually a good kind. The last time I made it, I didn't mess it up. I just messed it up this time a little bit. I didn't get the noodles done all the way enough, so I had to kind of redo it by adding a little water and letting it cook a little bit longer or whatever. But yeah, what was it? I just said it and I can't even think of it now, but that one's a pretty good one. Most of the other ones just basically all taste the same, I think. We're like last night. I made that the hamburger helper, and then I had some green beans and potatoes with it. And I don't know if those two go together or not. You know what I mean? It's just what I had in the cabinet that I thought would go decent with it, and some buttered bread. I wanted to fix biscuits, but I didn't have any. Because I'm country, I could eat biscuits with every dinner. You know, Hooks, I'll worry about that part, all right, brother? That's not for you to comment about. I know what I got to do. You know, everybody's entitled to a bad morning. And if that makes you mad, I'm sorry. That's just me being bluntly honest, which is what I am. I don't care who I make mad. For one, you probably have no idea that I spoke with Becca on the phone last night, see? So you don't really know anything about me and her, how we know each other. She'll probably never speak to me again, mind you, but that's all right. You know, are you just joined yesterday? Oh, okay. Hey, okay, you don't need shit to me, man.
Why do you have me on full screen? Buggy, are
Say
you
what?
there?
Yeah, I'm there. You
Why?
here?
Why am I on full screen? What's up with that?
Oh, well, it's when you was pulling the branch out, man, and I always forget to
Oh
take
well,
it
I
off. Yeah, hold
I
on.
should scratch the truck, the side of the truck, but I don't care. Kiss my
Did you
butt.
scratch it?
Yeah, I scratched it.
Oh, wow.
Well, there's no other way of getting around it.
Exactly. It was an emergency.
Yeah. Like I said, if it was
But
my personal truck, I would just pulled the chain out and dragged it out of the road.
yeah, it just said it was an emergency. It came up on you real quick, and there were cars coming, and you couldn't get stopped. If you tried to stop, you would have probably slid into the other lane and had an accident. So you opted for
You know what?
scratching the side of the truck.
I ain't gonna say a damn thing.
That's what I'd have said. I'd have made up some long drawn out story about how dramatic it was that if I didn't scratch the truck, I would have probably hit something else.
It's better to hit the tree than hit another car, or go
100%.
or get stuck on the side of the road and in the mud because it's so
You
wet.
don't want to, yeah, you don't want to drop a wheel off the road today because it'll sink all the way to the axle right now.
Probably that's part of the reason why the tree fell.
Yeah.
So very wet.
Did you guys have a bunch of wind yesterday?
No, we got more wind now.
Do you? Oh, you got wind today? I know. I don't. We didn't really have a lot of wind. We just had a whole lot of rain.
Too much rain. The only thing is, I normally take that way so I don't have to go through town. But I have to go through town just to get to the next stop.
Yeah, and
So,
you know, you typically don't have backed up traffic on 2-lane highways unless there's construction or something. You know what I mean? And there's probably not any construction going on today because it's too wet.
sucks.
Well, shoot. What time is it? I'm not even paying attention.
8:20.
It's after 8, isn't it? Huh?
Yep. Go that way. Let's wait. I mean, I could go that way just because wait more time.
It's by the hour, not the tire.
Yep, that's right.
Some days it might not be bad to get paid by the tire, though.
Yeah, got pretty much a good load of them.
Yeah, I reckon I ought to go do real grocery shopping today, as much as I don't want to. I'm really just fucking tired of life right now, man. Tell I'm due for my week respite pension.
This sucks. This sucks. This really, really sucks.
What sucked?
I have to go through town and get to the next stop.
Oh,
I'm there, go back that way and cut around. I don't have to go through town.
is the big town?
Circleville or Chillicothe.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. Chillicothe, home of the biker bash. Or it used to be. I don't know if it still is. I don't know if they still have that bike party there or not.
Yeah, they do.
Fat boy Eric. Morning, Curtis. How are you today? Copy that link, brother. I'm getting ready to end. I'm a bad person today, so I should probably get out of here cheap before I piss more people off.
Well, I can tell you one thing, Buggy. You can't bitch this asshole because I don't think it.
You know me, man. I'm probably not the guy that should have a show on like this. I was just trying to help hoglegging them out. And because I'm going to have days like this sometimes. And I have no filter when I get like this, unfortunately. You know, that's why I said I can't be a nice guy all the time.
That's part of the reason why I don't do a bunch of them tournaments because I just say what I feel. I just let it out. I don't give a shit.
Yep, I did too.
My give a shit's been gone away a long time ago.
Yep, I'm pretty sure there ain't no one else had to get up this morning and empty a bucket full of piss and clean up stuff on the floor because someone didn't make it all the way. You know what I mean? So the shit that goes on in the background people don't know about, don't understand why I can get in a bad mood sometimes. I guess it's better to take it out here than on my parents when they get up getting grouchy with them. So now I got it out of my system.
Yeah. I think Dave's going live. Don't he go live at 9?
Who's that? Double Hook.
Double Hook.
He wasn't going to go live today. He was going fishing. He said
That's
something.
an even more reason to go live.
Exactly. That's a good reason to go live. Or something. He said something about the crappie were in shallow or something, like close to the bank or something. I guess it's a good time where he's at for crappie fishing.
The best time to go live is when you're out fishing.
I need some fish, man. That's what I need, some fresh fish to eat. Oh, what was that about emails? I think it was an email.
You look stupid.
No, I don't need that. Oh shit! What did I do? I hit something that I didn't want to hit. There we go. Okay, I feel better now.
People get their license out of the Cracker Jack box.
You know, I think.
I'm just going to block the dang road.
I wonder what percentage of the population now still knows how to drive a manual transmission vehicle.
Not many, I can tell you that.
Yeah, I bet it isn't either. That'd sure be a good theft deterrent, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That's all my brother used to buy was manual. Well, he had, a pickup and then a Jeep, and they all were manual transmissions. I'm okay with them, except I'm lazy and I don't want to get stuck in traffic.
You know, these Tide Pod kids, they probably don't even know what a manual transmission is.
Yeah, I know shit. What do you mean manual transmission? What do you do?
What's
Never
that?
mind.
What's that stick for? Why's it got numbers on it?
Here's your badge.
Why is there an extra pedal down here?
Yeah. Look, you got two brakes. There's one for the front wheels and one for the back.
Oh my God, people, you're such idiots. How do you get in that truck and show you how to back it up? I mean, you got a camera on there. You should be able to see.
Now, how you know he got a camera?
I can see it on the back of the truck.
Nah.
Just like the one that's on mine.
Yeah, point well taken. I'd get more confused using the camera to try to back up a trailer than I would anything else, I think. But tell that car in front of you, be nice to that guy. He's doing the best he can with what he's got.
It's the car. It's that Middle Ohio Food Bank truck.
Yeah, that's what I said. Don't be mad at the guy in the truck. He's doing the best he can.
Yeah, he's not doing very good because I'd already been backed in out of the truck.
But we can't all be Superman.
It's not about being Superman. It's about knowing how to drive.
I didn't know originally when I was younger, but the shorter the trailer, the harder to back up. And because I had a 3-wheel dirt bike trailer.
It's the opposite. I mean, instead of holding it up at the top of the wheel, you hold it at the bottom. You're turning the opposite way.
Yeah, well, I just meant the reaction of the trailer
I used
itself.
to be able to back the boat down the ramp, and now I'm a lot better at it. Curtis can tell you that.
Well, see, from backing up a real short dirt bike trailer all them years, because they have such a quick reaction to each movement. Backing a boat trailer is just like cake, man. Because with the little short dirt bike trailer, I mean, any little movement of your hand, hey, JC, are you? And what you would normally move a little bit of way of the steering wheel a little bit with a long trailer, and it reacts kind of slow. Well, with that dirt bike trailer, you move your hand a little bit, and that trailer's moving quick, and it gets real easy to
back up the trailer, but now I'm a lot better at it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that I learned, that it's a whole lot easier. The longer the trailer, I guess, the easier it is.
Yeah, I used to have to back up, go forward, back up, go forward, get it straight. I
Yeah.
know what I but now.
Sometimes on a boat ramp, though, I get a little nervous when there's already a vehicle on the ramp,
Yeah.
like a 2 or 3 car
somebody's
ramp and you
somebody.
put, I get a little shaky sometimes then on backing it down between like
Yeah,
the
I
pier
think
and
somebody
another vehicle.
watching you and getting you there, getting impatient, then you
Yeah.
get in a hurry, and then you mess it up. That's what happens.
Yeah. I found the best thing that I like is if you got an SUV, for instance, if you raise the hatch up in the back, you can see so much better.
Yeah.
And it makes it easier to back the trailer in. Not Sally Field commercial. I probably should have a nap today, as grouchy as I am.
Sometimes you need that, and it's raining. I guess it's a good time to take a nap.
Yeah. Yeah, yesterday would have been a great time, but I had to freaking go to the store for some. Oh, no, I had to go pick prescriptions up. That's what it was.
Yeah, you got to go get mom's scripts.
Yeah, and then I needed to get, hey, Brian B., the bedwetting champion of the world. I had to get
Yeah, bubble gum.
some cat food, so there wasn't any sense in stopping at the dollar store when I was driving right past Walmart because it's at least half cheaper, 50% cheaper. And so I went ahead and stopped at Walmart, which in turn always turns into picking up other stuff while you're there. And then
Yeah.
the funny part was I was at the back by the milk section and went all the way over to the pharmacy section on the other side of the store, and then realized that I forgot to get milk, so I had to walk all the way back across the store. Hey, JC, there ain't a lot of activity going on in the chat right now. Sorry. It's one of them days.
Oh.
I agree, man. I don't care right now. It's supposed to be high 70s either tomorrow or Sunday. I forget which one. And I was thinking if it gets hot like that, as much moisture there is in the air and on the ground and stuff, it's probably going to get real humid. You know what I mean? Like one of them you can cut the air with a knife humid days.
Yep, I know what you mean. I'll be sitting in the house watching the great Ohio State Buckeyes Saturday.
I was going to say that's tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah, dog, I'm with you. Sometimes, and that's just one of them things, if you think about it, you don't ever practice it. So the only time you do it's when you go there. Instead of saying, hey, maybe should go to a parking lot and practice this some and get where I'm comfortable doing it all the time type of thing. But the only one I have an issue with now is if there's already a car or a truck on the ramp with a trailer in the water. Sometimes I get a little sketched out on that, But
The only time it bothers me is when there's a bunch of people. You know what I mean? They're all watching you and you
yeah,
feel them eyes watching you like, look at this fucking idiot.
yeah, this dumbass can't even back a trailer up, you idiot.
Yeah.
Do the words blow me mean anything to you people? But like I said, the best thing was the fact that I backed up that short wheelbase dirt bike trailer all them years. Backing up a long trailer is a lot easier now.
That truck was about to hit that caddy. Close.
Oh shit! I got 3 texts. OJ died yesterday.
Yep. So did those all his secrets.
I wonder what the day was like in hell yesterday. Because that's where he's at.
Yeah, when you brutally murder your ex-wife and her friend, I mean, that's probably
And
where you go.
he 100% done it. Everybody knows it. And the thing that got me was the glove. And the prosecutor dropped the ball on that so bad by not countering it with another person showing how a leather glove that's been wet shrinks, and the only way you get it on is you got to stretch it out to put it on. You know, a leather driving glove. And it cracks me up in the trial. OJ's holding his hand up with the glove and like, it don't fit me. It don't fit me. You lying piece of shit. Yes, it does.
Nowadays, there's cameras everywhere. You wouldn't have got away with it.
Yep.
Ring
Well,
doorbell camera.
100%. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and let's face it, the dude had a cut on his hand. It's ridiculous. I always look towards the side of motive. Who else has a motive to kill her and that guy? Nobody besides him, because he's seen her at the restaurant or whatever, and they all left and went their separate ways. So he wanted to see her and came back to the house. And lo and behold, this guy's here at dropping off the glasses that he didn't know about. He just assumed the dude was there getting ready to hit it. But still, man, you got to have something inside you to take your knife out and commence to cutting people.
Brutally cutting them. It's not just cutting them.
Oh,
Brutally.
yeah. It was a brutal, violent murder, 100%. Yeah.
Who else is going to be that violent against somebody they don't? You're not going to be that violent against somebody you don't know.
Yeah, 100%.
That's all I can say. Does Buggy even reach?
I'm reading the chat. You hadn't said anything to me. Let's see.
He only reads
Oh,
what's
I missed right
important.
now. What's up, DTEB? My bad, brother. I didn't see you come in.
I'll be back to
Fighting
Google.
for the fried chicken, baby. What about how small the legs have gotten at KFC? I mean, you might as well be eating pigeon legs. Actually, I was answering a text. Yeah, I got a text from the bluegill guy that owns the pond with the bluegill. Want to know if I was coming fishing today. Yeah, you draw a line, you get cut, you commence to reaching across the table at the chicken. You know, I ain't had no home fried chicken in a long time. That's why I took a chance and gave it here. Just for saying so, don't make it so. I'll take the responsibility for Alan being here. And anything he does about what he said. You're taking responsibility. You're gonna put the Golden Corral out of business. You three, you're gonna go there at one time. Now, see that. Have you ever had the pot pies at KFC? They're awesome, man. And I mean, there was one not far from my house that I lived in for my whole life, grew up in, and I like KFC chicken, except their chicken legs just keep getting smaller and smaller. Sausage, biscuits, and eggs. Yeah, I could eat that. Like a parachute pants. Let's go. I was gonna say the KFC parking lots are usually a little safer than the Popeyes parking lots. Yeah, shit. I forgot to tell Glenn that the water's down and the septic's working. Oh.
It's an important message for diabetes sufferers. You know the pain of getting a finger stick. Now there is a revolutionary new device called a continuous glucose monitor.
Hey, Mark, good to see you, buddy. Sweatpants defeated. Yeah, you gotta add the sweatpants with the extra pockets.
Including test strips, lancet, swabs, and more, with free shipping on every order. Plus, we make it easy by billing your insurance for you. And if you have Medicare or private insurance, you could qualify for a CGM at little or no cost. So don't delay. Call now to see if you qualify. 800-542-1506. That's 800-542-1506.
This isn't like, please leave a message. I can get all of my mom. Sure, it's nothing. I called her 5 times. I'm sure she's fine. She always pays for the first call. You're gonna make yourself sick. You're doing all night. Oh my gosh. Okay, what happened?
I'm updating my buddy on the septic system real quick. I'm sorry. I'll be back in just a second.
Life Alert saves a life every 11 minutes with one simple touch of a button. Life Alert sends help immediately. Whether it's to report a fire, medical emergency, or an intruder, Life Alert sends first responders fast. For information or a free brochure, call 1-800-985-1667.
There we go. There we go. We got our text. We got our texts all sent out. I don't want to go to Walmart today. I don't know what's worse, going or coming home and have to carry everything in and unload it. Please fire me, Curtis. Please. I have no problem with that because I get unemployment and won't have to worry about anything anymore. Oh, there he is. Where you been, man?
Man, my 4G went out, and that was all she wrote.
Huh. Hey, Jimmy Geiger, what's up? Now, I see 4G works better than 5G. I know that. I hate 5G, man.
I don't know. I can go over to Kentucky, get on 5G, and it's crystal clear.
I see mine, the 5G seems to load stuff slower. I don't know.
I don't know. I was driving over here, and all of a sudden my 4G just disappeared, and that was it. They didn't come back until I just now got out and turned it on.
Huh. Yeah, maybe they were doing some maintenance on that particular tower or something at that time.
I don't know. I was in the middle of 3 towers, so
Oh, really? Yeah. Never mind then. Buy a real phone.
Yeah.
Throw that Kmart phone away.
Take this 20 and SFSG 20 or whatever that is. Give them a bad review.
Yeah, Mark, I was sitting here thinking about lunch too, to be honest with you, because I got up at 3:45 or something like that because little guy wanted to go out, and I thought, well, I'll go back to bed till 4:30, and little guy wanted to go out again about 4, and I'm like, are you serious? And then so I got up and I looked in the fridge and didn't have no Red Bull, so that started my day off shitty, and then it just got worse from there. I did drive down and get some at 4:00 in the morning.
My picture coming in clear.
Yeah, it looks real good, brother, to be honest with you. And the lady at the gas station was like, what on earth are you doing here this early? And I was like, don't ask. It's a long story that no one's interested in. But thank goodness little guy got me up early now is all I know.
Oh. Well, Eric's still out delivering tires then.
Yep. How many stops you got today, Eric? He's already out of the truck, ain't he? Yeah.
Yeah, he come back now.
You still alive?
Yep. I'd sure like to go fishing this weekend, man. I don't even care if I don't catch nothing. Accidentally leave my phone at home.
Well, the rest came back. Here, I'll show you something you probably like, Buggy.
All right, then.
I know I like it. And I think it's pretty loud in here.
No worries.
Huh? No?
Dang. Whose is that, man? Jeez, ooh. Whew.
Is that a bet?
Yeah, it is. I wonder if the numbers are matching. If the numbers match on that, that's a lot of money sitting right there. Yeah. Dang. Huh. Ain't that something? Is that the shop owner's car, or are they just putting tires on it, I wonder? I was thinking the same, Curtis. Yeah, when I bought new tires for the Moto Guzzi, my vintage baby, I looked around. I wanted to get the white wall tire.
Automatic?
And
Okay.
I couldn't find any, but I thought they would look cool on an old bike,
Yeah,
you know.
that was a 59.
Corvette.
Yeah, Corvette. I just thought you thought that. I thought you'd like that. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, it was cool. Cooler than that silver car with the purple rims I can show you.
All right. Good luck, man.
Yeah, sometimes I see old cars like that.
Yeah.
Maybe you can find some backwater, Bob, where their current ain't so crazy right now.
Oh man,
I know Bobcat and them was headed to Alabama somewhere, and he wasn't giving it up.
Ain't Louisiana on the other side of Alabama?
Yeah, to the west. Yep. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm getting at, don't you?
Oh, over at Creole. Yeah, I think they're going somewhere to get ready for the tournament tomorrow.
Because Fish Sizzle drove down there. Wasn't it Fish Sizzle drove down there and fished with him in that one tournament?
I don't remember.
Yep. I think it was.
Yeah. Yeah, because he pulled it off the wind right there at the end, didn't he?
Oh, cool. The back channels are always nice. Yeah, glasses are kind of clean. Oh no, man.
Oh my God!
What?
On the back glass of that vehicle, I just
Oh,
looked up and read what it said.
What to say? I eat ass.
I got some
Just
stickers.
about.
I
I don't
got
know if
stickers
Buckman
that
wants me
say
to
that.
say it or not.
You're
Well,
fine.
I'll say it like this here in white letters. Eat dingaling.
Eat dick. That's cool.
Yeah, that's what it says.
I have some eat ass stickers.
Or find out where he lives and
For
put an
Ronnie
I in
Mac.
front of that.
Hmm.
Catch it at Walmart, get a little white line sticker that look like an eye, and put it in front of that. I eat dick.
Yeah.
He would never know, would he? That's what
Nope.
I told him.
Yep, exactly. That would be funny.
Oh.
Some of the things people put on their back windows, man. I'm telling you.
What are you doing anyway, Ernie? Are you just hanging out there creeping, or you're welcome to come up if you want to. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here, but
Let's see what we got here. Put the chat up, right, read comments here. Hey, there's Mark back, ain't he? There's JCT.
Oh. Two more here, two coffee.
I'm like, dadgum, it didn't warm up much.
Supposed to cool down today, not warm up. Supposed to warm up this weekend, and then have a day and a half without rain, and then rain, and then another day without rain, and then rain.
Same here. Supposed to be nice today, nice tomorrow, but we're supposed to have almost 50-mile-an-hour winds, Gus. And
West
then
Virginia
Sunday is supposed to be high winds. Then rain. Boy, since that
Wild
evaluation
man Rick,
today,
as my brother would say.
hey Curtis, yeah, retired Rick. Yeah, after that evaluation, they started working my arm behind my back, and I'm telling you, ooh, doggy. That's how does Hass say it? Sweet doggy. Except without the sweet, it's like ooh.
catfish and shrimp. Are you kidding me, Mark? You're killing me here, man.
What?
But no worries, I'm gonna have ribs, so I'm all right.
Pork for breakfast. Hey, Ernie.
Are they baby back rib?
No, there's some I got out of the freezer from where my buddy had a half a beef and a hog butchered.
Yep, more than Northern View.
So they're all local grain fed animals. Morning, Northview. Morning, retired Rick. How are you, buddy? It's good to see you this morning.
Yeah, when he started pulling my arm behind my back, I was like, "Ooh, doggy!"
Like, are you sure we're supposed to do this right now?
Yeah.
Maybe we should start that next week.
He said, "I want you to take this cable thing, put one hand, the other one behind your back, and pull up on your arm. I want 30-second holds and do 5 of them." After the third one, I was like, "I'm fixing to quit." Nah, I better not. I'm gonna get the other 2 out. But hey, I can at least reach around to the center of my lower back.
No kidding.
Yeah, I can now reach around. I had to take my time, but I can reach around and touch the back of my head and my neck.
Well, are you right-handed or left-handed?
Yeah, I'm right-handed.
Is that shoulder you had worked on?
No, it's the left one.
Oh, well, I guess you could still wipe your own ass.
No, I do that with my left hand, so it's been a struggle.
Hey,
Why you think most people didn't shake my hand when I was at CatCon?
I did see.
Yeah, they knew what hand you were wiping with. That's for sure.
I mean, I wash my hands, folks, but yeah, I thought that was a funny joke.
I seen a dirt bike guy crash and broke both wrists, and he had his arms in cast up to the elbow on both arms. And that was
That's
my
one of
first
those.
thought. I wonder who has to wipe his ass.
That's one of those. If he had a wife, honey, you're gonna have to bend over. I'll just squirt you with a water hose. Oh yeah, that make you wonder.
No problem, Ernie, brother.
What is it? Thinking of, I feel good. I may go live a while. Have to grab a shower and finish breakfast. Well, that's a pretty truck.
Yeah, so no problem, man. You go live. I'll be looking. Rusty got sunshine and clear skies. Are you kidding me?
It's about time. Yeah, but the winds are gonna get up in the extremely high 40s today.
No problem, Bob. Just take your time, buddy. We're not curing cancer here.
Super Bob. Super Bob. Super Bob. Is that Babaloo? Super Bob? No, it wouldn't
No, I was just getting ready to go to the channel. He's an 11-year pancreatic cancer survivor. Awesome. Awesome. My dad was a colon cancer survivor before he got this cancer.
Cool. We got us another Bob in the chat. Awesome.
Did you just go hooks and hammers then?
And they're still on vacation, ain't they?
I think they're getting ready to
Who's
go on
that?
vacation. Sure, they're going down to Alabama. Or no, they're going to Louisiana, I think. Ready
That's Chad.
Louisiana.
Chad and D's on vacation, ain't they?
Yeah, I think they're headed back this morning.
Oh, that's right. They said they was there till Friday.
Back. I mean, you can't get that much time off.
Get down and get
trash can for Bud Light.
It's a Bud Light kind of day.
Bud Light. No, I'm good. I don't want to go around saying, oh.
So I like the beer, but I don't like the representative.
Yeah, that's a point. I'm not a big beer drinker. I never liked beer.
That's why cooler sales shot up so high.
I'm a beer person.
I'm not anymore. I used to love the taste of it, drank it
Yeah, me
all the
too.
time.
Big on
Now,
drinking.
man, I can't stand the smell of it. Since I quit. The only bad habit, every bad habit I had, I stopped. Just dead cold turkey. Didn't bother me. Didn't do anything to me. But smoking, that's a different story.
All the bad habits I could stop. I could stop like that, but smoking cigarettes, shit, that's a whole different ball game.
Yep, for sure. Hey,
That's
check
one
it
thing
out.
I wish I could just drop.
Still in you, dude. What's up, my friend?
What's up, Bug Man? What's up, Rusty?
Still.
Hey, Steel.
Who we got up there? Eric? What's up, Eric?
The ground ain't shaking, is it?
Traveling
No.
No more earthquakes today. It's good to see you, brother. I need some positivity today.
Hey, yeah. Thank you for having me on. Everyone, please enjoy your day. Don't let nothing or no one steal your joy. I know it's easier said than done, but you got to start somewhere.
Yeah, that's true, man. I appreciate it. I needed that today. I started my morning off bad. I was an asshole, but everyone gets assholish sometimes.
Yeah. You know, you live in the city.
He
That's
rolled
all
off
you're
the wrong
around.
side of the bed today.
Yeah, yeah. I figured I'd come on and say what's up to everybody before my hands get dirty with thin set.
I was gonna say, are you putting in the shower?
Yeah, I already started it up already. So I'm about
Oh
to tie up the walls.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I got
Tile.
the I got my laser mark going so I can set my tiles.
Yep. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are cool. They sure make things easier these days in chalk lines.
Oh, say word. Otherwise I would spend probably good part of an hour and a half with levels going back and forth, up
Yep.
and down, all over the place.
100%. Yeah, for sure, man. And it, technology is awesome.
Yeah. One of the best $100 I've ever spent.
Exactly. I'm trying to find a laser measurer, but the problem I have is like measuring the outside of a house. Okay, usually with a laser tape measure, you're bouncing it off something on the other end. You know what I mean? Well, what if I'm on the outside of a house and say it's a wall in the back and there's no gutter or nothing on that side? Well, I got nothing to bounce it off of, so to speak. So I'm thinking, man, technology wise, there's got to be some kind of laser measurement out there that maybe you could like stand at the yard and hit the laser dot at one end of the wall and then run it along the wall to the other end and hit a button again, and maybe it would measure it that. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to think of something to come up
There
with.
are there are lasers that you pointer lasers that measure. Me personally, I don't trust them, but there are many out there and
Yeah, I wouldn't
many
trust
good
them.
brands.
I
So
wouldn't trust them for something like you're doing work like that. But for me, all I'm doing is an exterior sketch that is not an architectural drawing. You know what I mean? For my appraisal,
yeah,
it just needs to be close.
oh,
And,
you
and
know they actually they sell lasers now that you could measure stuff and you have the computer and stuff like that. You program it in and you know
yeah,
you laser scan everything like say what I have here and it'll have everything all marked out for you and leveled. That job I did in Maryland, that's how they put the backsplash on there. There were
huh,
that whole backsplash. I think it was like three pieces along a good 15 18-foot span. It was only three pieces.
huh.
Yeah.
You know, I need to look in. I haven't looked for 10, I'd say at least 10 years is the last one I have bought. You know, I paid money for it before I realized, well, what if I don't have anything to bounce it off of on the other end of the wall? I bought it, and for say 65% of the exterior measuring, I'd have a gutter on the corner or whatever to bounce it off of, then add 3 inches for the width of the gutter or whatever. But
Yeah.
I need to look into what's out there. Then I didn't know that.
Just
Got him one for Christmas.
yeah. What you could do is, if you're gonna measure and you know you have your gear with you, have a stick, like either black or a certain color that the laser will pick up
Yeah,
immediately, and you set it down where you want to take that mark, and you go the distance, and then
yep. You know, I
you
could
measure
even
that way.
make one
Yeah,
that would work. Maybe make one with a
get you one of them
metal
painter
stake or
sticks.
something.
Get you a painter stick, sharpen the end of it,
Yeah,
and then
something
you'll be
like
able to
that,
stick it.
and put a
Yeah,
round disc on it. I
yeah,
never that would work. I never thought
yeah.
about that. And
A
Yep.
two by two. You can grab a 2x2 post and make your own marks on it, and you can measure the height on them as well. You can mark your height, like oh this
yep,
distance is 2 feet, whatever, so on and so forth. So even at a distance, you can tell your height.
like I said, think of measuring the foundation of the house. That's basically what I'm measuring. So it doesn't have to be exact. You know, there's even a paragraph in my sketch that says, uh, this sketch is just a rough estimation of the property. It's not an architectural design. You know,
Hmm.
measurements vary, but the overall effect on value is minimal at the most. You know, something like that. But I'm just looking for something easier because the older I get, the less fun I have measuring house. Especially if you get one of custom built homes with all the nooks and crannies and corners and stuff. That
Okay. So look into Bosch.
Yeah.
I'm not supported by them. I'm not sponsored in any way. I'm looking to Bosch, and they cater to us a lot. Construction
Wait,
industry
man,
and
I gotta
many
get my
things.
notepad. Hold that up again. What did you say it was?
Cater to Bosch. I mean, get Bosch. The
Bosch,
company Bosch.
B-O-C-H.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm familiar with them.
Bosch.
Yep.
They cater to us. They have many things for the field for for what you're saying as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
that'll give
definitely
me a
do.
start. That's where I'll go. That's what I needed right there. Actually, was a reference company to start at, and then with the logarithms on your internet, when I search it, if they don't have what I have, other companies like it'll be popping up on my search or my
Well,
search or whatever.
Bosch. I don't think you have to go any further than Bosch. Bosch has a big array of stuff they have, and they're at the high end of it.
Are they
You know,
the German
they're a
company?
great brand.
Is
They're
it a German company? Bosch, or are they German?
they're a German company. Yes.
I thought they were. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I for
You're
some
like
people
me.
they're expensive, but if you want good stuff, you have to pay for it.
Exactly.
There's no way
Prefer
around it.
quality.
You want
Yeah.
something good, you have to pay for it.
Yeah, I'm one of them guys that I would rather pay for quality and know it works good than. Yeah, I'm with you. I always buy high end stuff.
Yeah.
Not me. I'm cheap. I'm El Cheapo Gringo.
Not me. Well, that's like Mark seen my shoulder harness on the back of my chair one day, and he wanted to know, what kind it was. So I sent him the information on it, and he's like, "Oh, I didn't realize it's like $200, but it's what I wanted, so it's what I bought, so to speak, and it'll last me a lifetime." But that's cool. All right, brother, you make us a shower, and I'll be over here take a shower in about a week or so.
Let me give everyone a look of this. Let me turn this camera around.
Nice bath. That's a big bathroom.
Turn this light on.
And that drywall in there is not cheap.
No, they're actually, I think they're like almost $20 a piece now.
Mm-hmm.
Mark
Yeah,
said
but
it was more like 500, if I remember correctly, 300, if I remember correctly.
So this is the.
Was it 300, Mark? God, don't tell me I paid that much for it.
That's the tile.
Oh, I like it.
I got this much done last night because I couldn't work myself out of there. So
Yeah.
end of the day, you know how it goes. And there was a tub there before.
Oh, okay.
There was a tub there before. Yeah, I did a complete gut. There was a soffit coming down probably about good 16, 18 inches from the ceiling. No light. I added the light.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I added a light in the shower. This will be their niche.
Yeah, I like those in the shower like that, built in like that.
Yeah, I make my own niches. That's why I do everything all by hand. So this was 26 by 18 high.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so put in a shower wand, regular shower head, and the rain shower.
Yep. Yep. Very cool.
Yeah.
Man, I appraised a house one time, and they had this thing in the master bathroom called a Kohler environmental chamber, is what it was called. And it was this super fancy shower. And it was unbelievable. It actually, in the back wall where your niche is there like that, it had a little door, and you opened it up, and your towels were in there, and they were kept warm to take done with the shower. It had, I forget, I ended up looking it up because I had to try and figure out how to value it, for one, market recognition and stuff like that. But I think I looked it up, and it was almost $80,000 just for the shower. Yeah, yeah. This was a nice home. Don't get me wrong, but trying to find a value on it or whatever, does the market accept this amenity or not, kind of thing. But I forget what all it done. Whenever you turned a knob on, the hot water was instantaneous. There was no cold water coming out before it warms up. This thing was amazing. And the rain part in the top of the shower was actually holes or little nozzles all the way around the top of the shower, where when it turned on, there was literally an entire rain shower inside the shower. And this thing was amazing. I wish I would have kept. I got that appraisal somewhere. I should try to remember where it's at just to get the pictures of it.
It sounds like something I've done.
I don't know if you're familiar with Kohler up in Wisconsin. Kohler makes bathroom stuff or whatever, but they have.
Yeah, I definitely use Kohler product. I use whatever the customer is paying for.
Yeah, exactly.
If I'm paying for it and I'm insuring the job, I'll use Delta.
Yep.
Morning, Lisa.
Morning. But Kohler has their own community in Wisconsin, okay? And you turn off the highway and you drive in, and it's like a big arch and gated thing and stuff. And they have some resort thing inside this community that presidents and stuff go hang out at. And we had to run the fiber optics in it for the cable company is how I went in there. But it was like a big spa building and hotel thing. And I forget the maintenance guy that was helping us pull the fiber through the conduit. I forget. It was like a 250-foot fish. It wasn't fun. And he was telling me about, I was like, I didn't even know this place existed. He said, dude, presidents and dignitaries come and stay at this place. It's all Kohler. I guess the family is, for one, they're very wealthy, but like wealthy and very connected.
Morning adventures, stories.
Kohler, Wisconsin. It's its own community.
Wow.
Mark knows about the Kohler Hotel, don't you? There you go. Yeah, he knows what I'm talking about. It's up in Wisconsin. I better catch up with my cat a little bit here, see what's going on. Burrito Catfish Lady, what's up? Good to see ya. Burritos and catfish. You're pretty much sustaining life with those two products. Danny Stone come in for a minute. He's back to work. Sorry I missed you, Danny. We were talking construction stuff. Adventure in Stores with F4C. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
He said stayed there twice for work.
Did you really? Yeah. Nice place. I know the biggest thing that stands out to me was the long fish we had to do for the fiber. It was a couple 100 feet, and it wasn't an easy pull. In fact, the contractor, when he built it, put 3 pull lines in just in case, where we actually ended up hooking all 3 of them onto the end where the fiber was. And it was a tough pull. In fact, it got to one point where we thought it was stuck at about 170 feet in. I'm like, oh, God, please don't tell me this thing's stuck in this conduit. Yeah, good memories. I enjoyed working cable. We built a fiber network up in Wisconsin, and the network we built was the one that went to all the schools, and it connected the schools to, all the government buildings and everything else for their communications, let alone the, the telecommunications, TV and internet and all that stuff. Yep. Yeah, Mark's been there, then he knows what I'm talking about. It's a wild place. I mean, I didn't even know it existed. Where the average person probably doesn't know Kohler exists like that.
They don't make Kohler ridges there, do they?
Now I know what you're talking about. A city they built.
Yep.
They built a very modern city. Everything is state of the art in the city.
Really?
Yeah, there's like a few companies that got together and showcase their products and
Yeah.
stuff like
Hey, Mark, have you ever heard of Door County, Wisconsin? If you look at Wisconsin, just above Green Bay is that little point that goes up. You know what I'm talking about? Well, after you cross the bridge at Sturgeon Bay, from that point forward, there are no chain restaurants or anything like that. And it's such a cool place. We put fiber up there to their schools too, and stayed there in the wintertime. We got to stay in the condos on the lake and stuff. It was cool. And it's like each community is a little arts craft kind of community place. Yeah, Door County is one of the best kept secrets in the world, man. And they got a good surf break there too, just about 3 miles north of the bridge that goes across the Sturgeon Bay.
Yeah, they say it's going into the summer to Hayward fish.
Yep, they have a lot of cherry tree farms or whatever there. So if you go up there in the springtime, it smells awesome all over the place.
Well, the winds are blowing.
Oh, really? I don't know, Ernie. If it's spelled the same, it may be a branch of the Kohler Corporation. The only thing I knew about was the bathroom stuff they made. But you should be able to find that on the internet for sure, I would think. What size motor's on it, Ernie? Is it like it's a Kohler motor, I'm assuming? Yeah, no, we don't want to hear that this morning. I'm not in the mood to talk to nobody. It's old, huh? So the motor itself's made by Kohler. That's interesting. Huh. Things I get to learn today.
I think that's what my last zero turn had on was a Kohler engine.
Did it?
Yeah. That's a good running
John?
motor too, man. Stout.
And this there, I'm at Jack's, and they had a mislabeled tire that they were returning today, and the tire I brought them today was the same one mislabeled.
Really?
So I figured I'd call you and let you know.
Oh.
That I didn't drop it off to them. I'm putting mislabeled on the tire and taking it back to
Kawasaki.
I have no clue. I couldn't tell you that, buddy. And I know Dick's on the road, so I'll just tell Dick when I get back.
So was it? You're not trying to say Kawasaki, are you?
It's supposed to be a Mastercraft 235 55 17 Stratus SAS 99. What they brought was
you can't find it by Googling anything.
17 Starfire.
Kawasaki motor.
Yeah. Oh, so
Get it
this
out,
is
Bug
the
Man.
company. Huh.
Get it out. You got another good one in you.
I never even thought you could hear me sitting there belching.
It's an anomaly.
Oh, yeah.
One, but being two, you know what I mean?
Oh, there you go.
Operators are standing by.
Tomorrow, Saturday, buddy.
I forget, what did you say you needed for it, Ernie? A carburetor?
Yeah, they said they need a carburetor. Morning, Susquehanna, stay in.
No, he said that means I'll just have to bring it to me Monday.
Susquehanna, stand. Susquehanna.
All right, I just figured I'd let you know.
Huh.
All right, later. Bye.
insurance for you. And if you have Medicare or private insurance, you could qualify for
Oh,
a
the 4-inch pull start. Huh.
call now to see if you qualify.
I wonder if you can look on the carburetor and see if it has a name of the carburetor in the casting, like McCooney or something like that. Because I'm sure they don't make the carburetors themselves, more than likely.
There you go, Ernie. Mark dropped the link for you to go check out.
Oh, crap. That is one of the best things about the internet, man, that you can find about anything you need nowadays. Imagine trying to hunt something like that up before the internet.
Hey, yeah. Gotta get the yellow pages out.
Yeah, I would check the carburetor, see if there's a name on it.
You don't mix encyclopedias and dictionaries or researching.
Yeah. Or try to find the phone number for the company back then and try to call them or something.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Now you can't find a company to answer your phone.
Yeah. Just imagine to do research, for instance, for a school project or something back then, you'd have to go to the library and check out an encyclopedia or something to do your report with.
At least it wasn't bad because the library was a hangout spot.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly.
And if you were popular, it was a makeout spot too.
Yeah, buddy, you can find the right section. Very cool. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, man, I used to be a library junkie even as an adult. In the last town I lived in Noblesville, their library was awesome. I mean, I could go there and spend hours on end. And here where I lived, someone turned an old furniture store into a used bookstore. And when I lived here before, I used to go there when I was very stuff. And they've got, if you need a book, they've got it in there somewhere. And I would just go there and spend hours, going through the different shelves and authors. And, nowadays all you got to do is know the name of the author of the book and you can Google it and order it to your house. In fact, I got so many books, I need to go through my storage and get all of them, bring them here. I don't know how many boxes there are of them, and go through the ones I want to keep and the ones I don't. I need to just take over and sell to them.
Oh, look at here, I made it back to town.
Come to think of it, I need to do that. I got so much shit I need to do, man. I got to start making lists and checking them off daily.
All right, I gotta get ready this first course. Once I start that, it should be. Let me shut my mouth. I'm not going to be smooth sailing, but jinx myself, right?
The first one's crucial. Everything lines up from it.
Gotta buy a couple envelopes.
Monday's tax day too. I got to file an extension. Come to think of it, and I got to go online to do that. Because I am in no way, shape, or form ready to do my taxes.
Oh, we done did ours. I owe state and federal.
Yes, Dan, I seen that. I got a little dirt bike, a 4-stroke that I was going to rebuild the carb on. Well, heck, you can buy one of them cheap Chinese carburetors for it for like $20, $25 or something. And I'm sure it's a copy of whatever the original was. And for that much money, I'll go ahead and buy it and see if it works or not. But for my Moto Guzzi Classic, you're muted, I think, brother. There you go. Something I wasn't hearing it. For my Moto Guzzi classic 1984 motorcycle, I'm ordering the original carburetors, OEM carburetors, and they are not cheap. But it'll keep the bike original, you know.
Thanks for having me on. I'm gonna get down. I'll be on the chat listening in.
No worries, brother. I'm glad you came up. You made my day, man. Seriously.
Appreciate you having me on.
Yeah.
Everyone, I'll be in the chat. Sorry if I don't respond, but just keep on conversation coming.
No worries. You get that thing finished, take some pictures, and share them with us.
I can make that happen.
Yeah, I love craftsmanship, man. Hand done stuff, you know, as opposed to some shower you go buy it Lowe's and you just put it in there and screw the walls in or something. In fact, ever done mine, they didn't anchor the back wall against anything, and I had to put them suction cup handles for dadding them in, and you can literally pull the shower out about 5 inches. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me?
Any tip I can give everyone: if you get a bathroom done, do not put Dura in your house. Use Hardy backer. It's very rigid. It's hard. It has just the right amount of flex that you need. All right, not too much. You don't want to be doing things twice. Just pay the extra $3, $2, whatever it is per sheet, and get Hardy backer board. No Dura. You don't want. I don't know why would you even want foam in your bathroom. That's basically some cardboard and whatever they mix together with foam and with a mesh, and that's it. Don't do it to yourself. It's not waterproof either. It's extremely porous. Yeah. So basically, you're putting it in a place where we're supposed to, like, see, I put this on, and the 2x4s behind it aren't going to have any watermarks in the future. You use Dura, and it will have the 2x4.
I see it. It'll propagate through. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you'll get water propagation. Interesting.
Okay.
Yep.
But the whole reason you do it in the bathroom is because you want the water on this side, not on the ground, not on the floor, not on the walls or anything. You want it inside your shower, and you want it to go down the drain.
Excellent, excellent. I like it. That's our construction tip today from Bob the Builder.
All right, I'll stay in the chat.
All right, brother. Have a great weekend, man.
Thanks for having me on, brother.
Oh, shoot, ain't nobody wants to see that. Here we go. Oh, we got some Home City ice. Yes, please bring me a 50-pound bag. You know, I never thought I'd be better off buying the big bags of ice that I buy instead of the small ones and just putting them out into the deep freezer out in the garage and just going out there and filling a bowl up or whatever and putting it in the freezer. Because there ain't no water line run to the ice maker in the refrigerator, unfortunately. If I was smart, I would get busy and head to Walmart now before it gets too crowded. I don't even know what I'm going to buy. I got to see if I got a list somewhere. Oh, man, I got to get organized. I need to sit down and write some things down that I need to accomplish between now and next month. I think I'm going to do that. All right, guys, what time is it? It's way past. It's going on 9:30. All right, I think we're going to cut this bad boy off here. I appreciate you all hanging out. Sorry I started my show off as a big grouch, but I'm entitled to that some mornings. And Pop just got up, so I got to get him some breakfast and coffee. I'll see y'all later.
Oh, that was funny.
Oh, Lake's gone.